thank you very much, and I will seize this opportunity to call the participants in this session to the podium along with their distinguished moderator, Professor Uroš Prokic from AUA.
Okay, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope you're having a blessed Easter weekend. So, I'm here to moderate this first session for this morning, which the subject is on Europe. As you all know, the prolonged war in Russia and the US's maybe strategic pivoting and retrenchment has raised some questions about the role of the European Union in the international order, and specifically the role of the European Union in the South Caucasus. We see a dramatic pivoting of Georgia most recently away from EU accession. On the other hand, we also see kind of Armenia's reclamation or maybe re-engagement with Europe. We see the government's kind of narrative about Europe and the focus of the European Union. On the other hand, we also see a kind of bottom-up approach of the people in Armenia being more concerned and focused with what's the role of the European Union in Armenia. The European Union's mission in Armenia has also been expanding due to recent security developments. And because of all of this, to make some sense of what's the role of Europe and specifically the European Union in the South Caucasus, it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Shalva Dzebisashvili, who is an associate professor and chair of the Political Science International Relations program at the University of Georgia. He's also the director of the Security, Policy, and Nationalism Research Center in Georgia. He also used to be a senior advisor with the Ministry of Defense in Georgia. His focus area of expertise is the manner in which security institutions have a role in democratization, with the focus, I think, mostly on Georgia. I think we have a similar sweater, so great minds think alike. So with that, I will give the floor to Dr. Shalva to introduce the topic, and we'll go from there.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for such an impressive introduction. I feel honored, honestly. I titled my presentation South Caucasus torn between the European or lack of European perspective and the need for power balance, because in my presentation I'm kind of go to mix a policy analysis with the theoretical approach, because this is a typical, every bureaucrat in the university, we always try to make things much more difficult than they are really, and the academicians tend to use first the theories and they try to kind of prove whether theories work or not. So in my case, I kind of try to look at the European efforts to Europeanize Georgia and Armenia, and whether these efforts somehow coincide with a particular theory of international relations, and this theory is a structural or neorealism. So why this question generally is important and matters? Because since the collapse of Soviet Union, specifically Georgia and Armenia showed a distinct desire to go towards Europe, to kind of democratize in a European manner. We had several changes of governance in Georgia, in Armenia. And basically, after the Rose Revolution in Georgia and introduction of neighborhood policy, and when Georgia, together with Ukraine and Moldova, joined the AAP format, the question whether Georgia becomes a future member of European Union became very relevant. It's not a kind of distant future, but it basically the discussions indicated that the process could be very much speed up based on the merits and homework Georgia could do in order to meet all the European requirements. Then there is this security dynamics in the region. Obviously, two big threats facing Georgia and Armenia. In Georgian case, this is a superpower, whether you call it regional superpower or global superpower, Russia, with territories occupied by Russia. And in case of Armenia, this is obviously first the Karabakh issue and then the looming threat of territorial integrity of Armenia due to threats coming from Azerbaijan. Regional security dynamics is very much dependent also on the position of other regional powers such as Iran and Turkey. So having all these two dynamics, the process of Europeization of Georgia and Armenia and the security dynamics in Europe, it's interesting to look how within this theoretical framework of structural realism these processes can be explained. And in my perspective, rationalist approach, or rationalist approach would dictate for specifically Yerevan and Tbilisi to adopt an increased sense of shared interest and collaboration, and to develop a joint strategy to move towards a more kind of democratic style of governance, to adopt more European policies, and then move closer to Europe with the candidate status, etc., etc. Whether this remains a distant future is debatable because Europe has its own problem, lack of coherent strategy towards South Caucasus, lack of the security aspect of the strategy, etc., etc. But the question is whether this option of collaborating, developing shared interest and shared strategies towards moving closer to Europe is a viable option, or conversely, the states in the region have to go separate paths and adopt this kind of separate strategies of accommodation. Again, the topic is very actual, specifically since the Russian attack on Ukraine. And this is important since as soon as Russia attacked Ukraine, and Ukraine is, together with Georgia and Moldova, an AAP country, Georgia, as you know, Georgian population is very much pro-Europe. More than 85% of Georgian population votes in favor of European membership. And Georgia followed the Ukraine's and Moldova's suit and applied for European candidate status, although the homework Georgia had to do beforehand was not implemented, not done. European Commission, based on the prior crisis in Georgia in 2020 during the parliamentary elections, when Charles Michel negotiated a political solution and compromise to allow Georgian, not to allow, but basically to force the Georgian opposition to recognize the parliamentary election results in Georgia and enter the parliament. Based on this compromise, European Commission developed a 9-step conditions for Georgia to be implemented in order to get the candidacy status and then open up the negotiation process with Europe. Georgia didn't implement any of these nine conditions. In contrary, Georgia started introducing so-called Russian law, or law on transparency. But despite all these quite anti-European steps, in December 2023, Georgia got the candidate status from the European Union. Now, for Yerevan, these dynamics, the political dynamics in Georgia, which indicates a more pro-Russian stance adopted by Georgian Dream government, risks or bears the risk to be encircled by Russian-friendly regimes in Tbilisi and Baku, which then eliminates any prospect of Europeization for Armenia, and then obviously forces Armenia to adopt a little bit different strategic approach of development, perhaps becoming more authoritarian-like, more pro-Russian-like, and change completely its European perspectives. So why theoretical model matters here, and I won't go into much details of structural realism or neorealism, but there are several important topics I think is important for scholars of international relations. First of all, neorealists, Kenneth Wall specifically claims that the human nature is relevant in making political decisions for states, specifically for foreign policy. Therefore, the aspects of morality and ideological considerations have absolutely no space in political decision-making. However, there is a little bit difference with the classical realists, like Morgenthau, who claims that still the role of the statesman is great, and the statesman's actions are not purely mechanical or sterile, but these actions have to be filtered through the contextual filters, in state, in socio-political and socio-economic filters. But however, the neorealists claim that the states as unitary actors, they are pretty much similar in international relations. And since they are similar, and it doesn't matter what's going on within the states typically have the same set of interests, and they share the typical behavioral patterns. So they behave like similar to each other, which is problematic itself, because you cannot explain, for example, why Nazi Germany behaved differently than the Weimar Republic. So obviously it has to be explained to the Nazi ideology and etc. Or how do you explain the foreign policy of the USSR if you don't apply the Marxist ideology, right? So the global revolution, etc., etc. So these aspects are very problematic, and we have to pay attention to that while looking at the situation in the South Caucasus, because even if we don't consider Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, the bigger global players like Russia, China, or Turkey, do we have to assume that, for example, Russia, China, or even Germany as a member of the European Union, that they have same interests in the region, and they will behave in the same manner, and there will be no differences between them while making political decisions with regard to Armenia, Georgia, or Azerbaijan. And again, the same logic applies to Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, that they have no difference within the state. There is no difference in the political structure of these countries. Therefore, countries behave similarly, they have same interests, and merely security considerations, or to translate it into more kind of understandable theoretical wording, the capability distributions matter. If you have capabilities that allow you to adopt more offensive foreign policy, then basically you do it. If you have little capabilities and distributions are not in your favor, then you adopt more defensive positions. So this is a kind of a theoretical framework which ignores the complex socio-political fabric of any state. In this situation, countries like Georgia, Armenia, or Azerbaijan either have to counterbalance big players outside of the region, like Russia, Turkey, and Iran, or they have no other options but to pull together, resources and interests and develop some kind of joint strategy to survive. So we could also go deeper and kind of bring another aspect of neorealism, which was newly developed. This is a concept of threat perception theory. It's not only the balance of power, but the balance of power is developed based on the perceptions of the threat. But again, this aspect is also, I would say, not problematic, but somehow nuanced, because you have to look deeper. Who develops threat perceptions? By whom these threat perceptions are basically formed? Is it just a leader of the country, or is it a kind of ruling party? Are the state kind of interest groups that form the power elite and jointly develop this kind of threat perceptions. So we have to be very, very cautious about and not bluntly kind of adopt this theoretical approach without looking deeper into the nature and fabric of the country. So going back to the first pillar of the analysis, which is the EU integration, Europeization efforts in the region, which can be brought under the tile quest for security. And I will start with the interesting statement that, made by Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, in I think it was in October 2022, while European socialists were gathering in Berlin. So basically, the guy said, we see Europe prosperous, united, and then he said from Lisbon to Tbilisi, kind of framing, geographically framing the European space, was interesting to Georgians. We were like cheering, yes, finally, we know where Europe ends. It is Tbilisi, and we are in, not outside. But again, despite all of this, I would say, strategic statements and claims, the policies adopted by Georgian Dream, which won parliamentary elections since 2012 and was pretty much European-like party until 2020. Not to forget that it was Georgian Dream who signed the association agreement and DCFTA agreement and reached the visa-free travel agreement with the European Union. But there was a radical shift since 2020 when Georgian Dream falsified the elections in 2020. Then the political crisis was negotiated by Charles Michel, the president of the European Council, and then the Georgian Dream violated this agreement, and then the following steps unfolded, like approval of the Russian law, huge crisis on Georgian streets, street fights, the police used brutal force against protesters. The Georgian Dream then revoked this draft law on Russian on transparency or Russian law. Then it initiated again this law next year, and then we end up with parliamentary election 2024 falsified. Again, huge protests on the streets. Not to forget that huge protests evolved not as a reaction on the falsification of results of parliamentary election, but that was a reaction on the Georgian Dream's decision on November 28, 1 month after parliamentary election, to suspend negotiation process with the European Union on membership process. And then the crisis unfolded. 3 weeks long, Georgian society was having huge battle with police forces. Hundreds of people were beaten. Almost 50 or 55 political prisoners are now in jail. And the protests are continuing. I have to admit, this was something new to me as a Georgian, because, I mean, I would expect, for example, the same resilience of fighting on the streets from Armenians, not Georgians, because Georgians are like very much emotional. They can go and show some kind of theater for 2 days, 3 days, but then actually we have to go have our wine, drink, and continue our life as we do typically. But that was not the case. So this is 138 day of continuous protests. Civil society is resisting the authoritarian moves, and this is something new to me, which means that even the Georgian Dream understood that it could not continue this uninterrupted police violence against protesters. So basically it adopted more conciliatory stance towards protesters. However, lots of other authoritarian laws were adopted, such as law on foreign grants, law on foreign agents. That led to basic, also law on media, civil society activism, etc., basically all kind of existing free spaces of societal activities were brought under control, which led then the European Union and the US to adopt a set of sanctions against key Georgian Dream officials, such as Minister of Interior, Minister of State Security, lots of deputy ministers, Minister of Economy, etc., etc. So basically, key Georgian Dream officials are sanctioned. However, these sanctions didn't make Georgian Dream to finally abandon European perspective, and this is interesting thing. Formally, current government, de facto government, says that Europe is still a strategic objective for Georgia, but in practice or informally, everything is done to kind of increase and enhance relationship with Russia. Russia is very much dominant internally in key economic sectors of Georgia, and most importantly, Georgian Dream adopts key propaganda disinformation messages that are typical for Russians. So even if you compare the major messages and even the timing of the messages, you understand that there is some kind of cooperation between the Kremlin and the Georgian Dream to adopt the same kind of messaging strategy. So for Pashinyan, specifically after the defeat in Karabakh and then the introduction of UMM mission in Armenia, which is a parallel mission we also have in Georgia, UMM. From European perspective, this is an important development of European foreign security and defense policy. This is regarded as a pretty successful example of European policies in the region. However, it doesn't result in a construction of a coherent strategy approved towards Armenia, at least, and South Caucasus. And the war in Ukraine, specifically the inability of the European Union or the collective West to effectively sanction Russia and force Russia to withdraw from Ukraine, it had an effect on Armenia. I think that the strong anti-Russian rhetoric was kind of slowed down, and even some kind of official instruction went into ministries, etc., to conduct some kind of rapprochement against or towards Russian colleagues, because despite the fact that the Russian border guard left these checkpoints in with Iran, there's this checkpoint in Iran, Zvartnots airport, also in Turkey, the Gyumri military base still remains, and nobody knows, basically, nobody knows how the political situation in Georgia will develop, whether we will have strongly pro-Russian government, kind of developing, finally saying no to European perspective and adopting strategic partnership with Russia, reestablishing diplomatic relationship, etc., etc. Obviously, this is a big thing for Yerevan because it changes radically the strategic situation in the region. For Baku, Europeization in the political sense is a very dangerous thing in South Caucasus. This is why specifically, if you look at the rhetoric of the president of Azerbaijan with regard to political dynamics in Georgia, he's heavily criticizing Western NGOs and even Georgian NGOs, and he's supporting Georgian Dream government. He's willing to remove UMM mission from Armenia, obviously because he wants, according to his security calculations, Armenia has to be as weak as possible for the future, but he doesn't say anything about the UMM in Georgia. Obviously, this indicates that, at least from the security perspectives, Azerbaijan understands that being also completely isolated by pro-Russian government, in Georgia is not fully in his interest. At least some strategic window of freedom of action must be existing in Georgia. Now, a key variable for the region is the war in Ukraine. We know that specifically after the war in Karabakh and Russian aggression in Ukraine, using of military force is no longer taboo. So this became even U.S. claiming that this or another way Greenland will become a state or a section of the United States makes it very clear that this taboo was broken not only in this part of the world, but it is heavily considered to be adopted use of military force also in the Western Hemisphere. Anyway, if we conduct a comparison of power, military power in the region, we see that Georgia is the weakest spot. Armenia started some review of its military posture. It intensified the military cooperation with India. Iran obviously is a big player here, claiming that no territorial changes will be tolerable for Iran in this regard. And Georgia faces a serious risk if some kind of peace agreement will be reached in Ukraine or kind of ceasefire, because there is no way Russia will continue its peaceful life and democratic development. The regime is heavily dependent on the continuation of war. This is the only way for this regime to survive. I cannot imagine more than 800,000 heavily battle-proof Russian soldiers coming back to homes and then just simply continuing. This will be radical social change for Russia, and Kremlin understands this kind of threat and risks existing with the radical change of situation on the front line. This is why, for example, Baltic states, or Georgia specifically, because these are two weak flanks. One is in South Caucasus and in another in the Europe. There is this risk that Russia would basically either take Georgia completely, politically and militarily, or it would test European Union's or NATO's resolve and resilience to defend Baltic states, which is not given, given the recent declarations and statements made by White House that Article 5 is not a kind of guarantee, and not only the conventional forces that are stationed in Europe, but also nuclear security guarantees are not automatically provided for NATO members and European Union members as well. So, and that creates a problem. That creates a problem. That creates defense dilemma for Europe. It has no options or no choices, but either to start radically restructure its defense system, and when I say defense system, I mean defense command structure and the force structure. We know all this strategy happening with European battle groups adopted in 1999, Petersburg agreements, and then Helsinki commitments to have like 30,000 strong European army with combat-ready battle groups. And then if you look at European Compass, which was even revised after the attack of Russia on Ukraine, you understand that this is just simply BS, honestly, because despite the radical change of strategic situation, Europe is simply not intellectually, resource-wise, and based on political absence of political will, not able to overnight create a capable European force. So this dilemma exists, what Europe would do. This dilemma also is very much visible on the problem of deployment of EU forces, European forces in Ukraine. There are different options, whether French or British would go and send their contingents in Europe, or they will not send it. They create a coalition of willing, and etc. But in the end, what we see, there is this, continuous process of having no vision, clear vision, how European Union would substitute NATO or US forces if the necessity comes and dictates a rapid decision and rapid action. So what we have as an effect of this incapacity or unwillingness of European Union to act decisively is that Europe is concerned now with its own problem, and there is this serious decline of interest towards strategic interests, security interests in the region. Russia is currently in war with Ukraine. It cannot commit for the moment serious military resources towards South Caucasus. Turkey is also in trouble, economic trouble, political trouble. And if we look at Iran and the developments in Iran, specifically the relations with Israel, American forces assembling in the Persian Gulf, etc., with the looming threat of attack on Iran. So basically, Iran is also strategically now limited to make decisive move in the region or kind of, shore up its positions. So, but interestingly, we have a situation in which big players are now busy, and we are the small players in the region, Armenia, Georgia, and Caucasus. Now we somehow, wanted or unwanted, we have this kind of strategic window of opportunity to sit together and decide what we want to do with our future. And I think this kind of strategic opportunity to sit together, develop shared vision of more integrated South Caucasus, and I would stress integrated in the security dimension specifically, because without security, no other, even economic or financial or transport, whatever projects you have, they will have no chances to survive. And this kind of window of opportunity is also strengthened by already existing projects like EU connectivity projects, and also Chinese position to develop infrastructure and transport projects, invest a huge amount of money in these projects. So you have this kind of two variables here converging in the strategic opportunity for regional players, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan, but also foreign players like EU and China to cooperate and create more kind of integrational project in the region. So I think I have to somehow finish if I have not exceeded my time, and make conclusion that with the attention paid to the theoretical also implication for that democracy, which is associated with the Europeization efforts in the region, is actually the, I think, foundation for developing shared interests. I'm not a kind of strong proponent of and I do not fully share the statement that statement of the Kantian perpetual peace theory that democracies do not fight each other, but at least democracies have more capacity, more potential to speak to each other honestly and to develop a shared interests based on which then shared policies can be developed. And from that perspective, Armenia and Georgia both having huge problem with democracies itself, risking going back to authoritarian rules. Again, Armenia and Georgia are no exceptions from that. Still, they have really a much more chances to develop this shared vision of future integrated South Caucasus, and they have also shared threat perception. The way the threats are formulated, because external threats define actually our perception, how we have to act and develop our policies. Also in the context of EU, because we regard both Armenia and Georgia, EU, as a powerful player that is much more important, not only in terms of additional security kind of guarantees or mechanisms, but also to change radically the internal political structure that would then benefit our security infrastructure as well. If we remain purely on the foundation of balance of power, security calculation, and capability distribution, then we risk become Azerbaijan-like regimes, political regimes that calculate only loss and benefits, and have actually little incentives to develop shared understanding of security. And I think that has to be avoided. So here I will stop. My conclusion was more or less foggy, I admit, but we can work on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. I felt very intrigued by your talk, and I hope I've got some good notes, like a student that I was before, to have some interesting conversations after. You've spoken about this shared understanding of security, the role of democratization as kind of an underlying capability to build other capabilities, kind of a very rational approach to democracy. Very interesting, Professor. You also alluded to what our second speaker today will talk about, is kind of the role of Iran in the region, and the role of Iran specifically in the region in relation to the European Union. I read yesterday in the news that Armenia and Iran had some joint military exercises, so the role of Iran is definitely is there and cannot be denied. To make sense of Iran's role in the region, specifically after the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War, and specifically with the developments and the interests of the European Union in the region, I have the pleasure to introduce our second speaker in this session, who is Dr. Ahmad Kazemi, who is a professor of international law at the faculty at Islamic Azad University in Tehran, in Iran. He's also the chairman of the Iranian Research Center for Minority Rights in Iran. He's author of multiple books. I'd like to introduce Dr. Terterov for this final kind of discussion before we move into the Q&A. Thank you, sir, and it's a pleasure and honor to have you here.
Well, thank you very much. That's more than generous introduction, I think. Really nice, and it is fantastic to be back in Yerevan. I haven't been here for a few years, and a really, I think, good platform of discussions. I was very impressed yesterday with the quality of the discussions that we had here, and I really like that there is a nice balance here between sort of academic, kind of theoretical concepts, but really more the practitionary world. And this is my space. Over the last 30 years, I've kind of developed my career in a mix of sort of practitionary world, which in my case essentially means international organizations. I've been in Brussels for now 17 years. Never thought I would live there for one day in my life, probably 20 years ago, but 17 years in Brussels, working in an international organization called the Energy Charter Treaty, and also working in think tank space, a little bit of NGOs, Brussels Energy Club is an NGO, and also academia, in fact. So I like this type of environment because we can talk about, present day problems, apply some academic thinking, but also bring in, this amazing experience from, senior decision makers, former foreign ministers, presidential candidates, advisors to presidents. So I think this is a really good platform. Plus, with students and faculty, really good framework. So quality discussions, but very large barrages of information, which is not always easy to, let's say, absorb. Yeah, we try to filter, all this excellent information which we receive, but we as human beings, we are, imperfect creatures, and we are, quite limited in terms of our attention span, our, capacity to absorb information. So my approach, I hope, will be slightly different in the sense that I don't want to just deliver a broadside, of canon-style information upon you. I want to just try to talk through with you on some concepts, trends, challenges, and ultimately maybe, some solutions within the context of this discussion of, Europe, the role of Europe. Europeanization is a term we use. So I want to try to talk through these issues with you rather than talking at you. So let's see how we go. Because I want to lead into some Q&A as well. Just before I start talking about Brussels and institutional Europe, yeah, Brussels is capital city of Belgium, but it's really, we refer to it as institutional Europe from a policy and international sort of international relations perspective, as well as, of course, international relations inside the EU, which effectively refers to internal markets, economic housekeeping, governance sort of issues. So a couple of, kind of broad statements which I think are important to consider. So we hear this term Europeanization. We use it quite a lot. We like to use it in the South Caucasus, particularly our Georgian brothers, I think, very much like this terminology, maybe less than our Azeri cousins. In Armenia, I think we have also a mixed sort of perspective. So I think I'm not convinced that we speak the same language, even though we use the same terminology. I'm not convinced that we understand the same, that we really have the same end destination when we use some of this terminology, Europeanization. Okay, so, and I want to throw out to you, I mean, if we would have a survey or a Q&A even now, what do we mean by Europeanization? Where does this take us? Yeah. Is it an inexorable path towards democracy, human rights, certain values? Values is a very both abstract as well as charged sort of concept. You can package a lot into this short word values, yeah? Or do we mean high taxation? Do we mean overregulation? Do we mean the rule of law? Or do we mean the dictatorship of law? So I'm not sure whether you people here, you're all thinking people, you're thought leaders, but do you think through some of these terms, and if there is a consensus about what you mean by these terms, and particularly what is your end destination when you talk about Europeanization? Now, no one spoke about Europeanization 30 years ago. yeah, because you were just coming out of a kind of a, Soviet space, and if anything, you talked about maybe Russification and de-Russification, maybe reducing sort of Russification, let's say. And what did Russification mean? And indeed, what does it mean today? Does it mean inexorably aggression or lack of respect for human rights? Lack of human law, human rule of law? Does it mean tyranny? Does it mean that we should associate someone like Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev with tyranny? Should we associate Lavrenti Beria or, Joseph Stalin, with tyranny if we talk about Russification? And in fact, were these even Russians? Yeah, because we tend to associate Vladimir Putin today with tyranny and with lack of respect for all of those things. But if we talk about Russification, do we actually know what we're talking about? Yeah, and also, probably for me, I think a more important issue is not Europeanization or Russification or de-Russification, but rather modernization. Yeah, modernization, development. Benchmark. What is a benchmark for development? Yeah, modernization is really something in the past that probably, subjugated peoples of the wider Russian Tsarist Empire. They probably associated Russification with some form of modernization, yeah? Modernization and also, let's say, links to the outside world, yeah? Because their own local languages, their own local habits, their bellicose or warlike, sort of treatment of one another undermine their capacity to be modern sort of states. And Russification was, in fact, probably an element of that. Today, we're probably replacing, certainly in the mindsets of many Georgians, probably Central Asians, maybe Armenians, perhaps Azeris as well, we're replacing Russification with Europeanization, because we tend to, associate Europe with, a more modern sort of world, yeah, a more modern world, that how it should be. But let's flick onto maybe how our friends in Brussels, with whom I have the pleasure of interacting on a very regular daily basis, would probably look at you here in the Caucasus. And let's have a look at whether maybe some of their thinking is compatible with some of your thinking. So I would say to you, and I remember Mustafa Bey, I think you're in the backbenchers there today in the parliament, but yesterday you were speaking very openly and, quite saying you're a critic of EU and the South Caucasus and all this sort of stuff, and I think that's fair enough. But I would argue that there is no such thing as a South Caucasus strategy or South Caucasus policy sort of in Brussels, and I would argue there has never been one. And I would say to you the following, that today, if there is something like a South Caucasus, strategy or discussion sort of in Brussels, it would probably be more, let's say, a focus on the three South Caucasus states themselves, yeah, as opposed to the region itself. And probably the objectives, in a very simplistic sort of, I want to get through a few points here, so in a very simplistic sort of nutshell way, I think the key, even I would not say this is a policy, it's kind of a wish list from Brussels, what do we wish in the South Caucasus, yeah? So the wish would be to get Georgia back onto a kind of a European track, yeah? To get Georgia back under our kind of ownership, in a sense, because we have lost probably a substantial stake in ownership of our, let's say, vision of what Georgia should be. Then, in terms of Armenia, it should be to, let's say, to consolidate what we have maybe achieved since the Russian war in Ukraine, and since the Second Karabakh War, and the Azeri operation to expel the remaining Armenians from Karabakh. So that has kind of created what I would call a quasi-pivot of Armenia towards Euro-Atlanticism, or towards Brussels, if you like, and therefore, consolidating this sort of, let's say, trend would be a wish list in Brussels. And I think in symbolic terms, probably the meeting last year in Brussels between Prime Minister Pashinyan, Tony Blinken, or Anthony Blinken, sorry, I'm Australian from Odessa, so I sometimes have a sense of humor sort of approach, sarcasm towards these things. Anthony Blinken, I should of course say, His Excellency. And the President of the European Commission, of course, Ursula von der Leyen, with Pashinyan. This was kind of, in symbolic terms, I think, a very significant, let's say, a statement. And of course, the Azeris were very unhappy with that. It's very, very clear what President Aliyev said about that. But it's a way of consolidating, let's say, Armenia's pivot, whether Armenia is genuinely pivoting towards Euro-Atlanticism. I think that's, maybe we could have a discussion about that. So that is the second element of Brussels' wish list. And the third element of Brussels' wish list is, Azerbaijan, to keep them out, to keep them sort of at a distance. Similar sort of policy towards what Brussels has towards Moscow, to keep them at a distance, to keep them as far away from us as possible. And with respect to Azerbaijan, there's a second part to it, a sort of little caveat. Keep them at a distance, but get as much out of them as you can, which essentially refers to questions of energy security, because Azerbaijan is a significant global level player in the energy export space, energy production space, and I'm not just referring to hydrocarbons, conventional energy, but I'm also referring very significantly to a renewable energy potential. The Caspian Sea, there's been a lot of studies done on this, has very significant potential, yet unrealized, of course, in terms of wind energy in particularly. People sometimes refer to the city of Chicago as the Windy City. They need to come to Baku, because really, there's massive wind potential in the Caspian, in Kazakhstan as well, by the way, on the other side of the Caspian, not just. So if you look at, from a Brussels perspective, I think they are the main, let's say, contours of thinking. And I should say to you that all of my comments are predicated not just on my own, let's say, kind of wild ideas, but on regular, ongoing, discussions over coffee, over wine, with EU decision makers at a regular sort of ongoing basis, as well as Azeris, Armenians, Georgians. So I talk to everyone. This is my job. I've been in energy diplomacy for a long time. To follow on from that, and I don't want to disappoint people, but I want to be honest. Okay, I want to be honest. I think this is a platform where we should talk in a serious way, and I think there's been some, like I said, fantastic interventions. But so I do not really believe that Brussels bureaucrats are passionate about some of the end destinations that you're passionate about. So I think I really respect, let's say, Georgians. I've been going to Georgia since 1997. And I really respect the aspirations of, the Georgian people to move towards, let's say, a new benchmark for modernization, which is Europeanization. Yeah, but I'm not convinced to the degree that your interlocutors at the Brussels level are as passionate as you are. I think, they want to help Georgia. I think they want to help, Armenia consolidate a European sort of path trajectory, at the expense of Russia. Whether this is the right tactic or not, this is a different issue. But I think what is more important for them is that there is a direction, that there is a process, that there is a movement towards Europeanization. There's a movement, towards candidacy, membership. This is an incredibly long bureaucratic process. If you don't believe me, ask our brothers the Turks and see how it is finished with them. If you don't believe me, ask our brothers the Serbs, and also some of the other West Balkan, sort of candidates for European accession, which in many ways are ahead of you from a procedural sort of perspective. So it's a long, arduous journey, and there's a lot of fatigue in the European Union with enlargement, and this is a very large topic. But I think the main priority for Brussels bureaucrats is to keep you on track. That's why I said that, from a perspective towards Georgia, it is to get you back on track. Yeah? It's like you've made several steps forward, gargantuan steps forward under, let's say, earlier period of Georgian Dream, but you've taken several steps back. Yeah, and now the objective is to get you back on track. Membership, a lot of the bureaucrats will have retired to their French farmhouses and their, Greek island sort of, villas by the time Georgia comes into, a much closer, let's say, situation. So they're not passionate. You can compare this to the approach towards net zero energy transition. This is, Brussels is a leader in international climate diplomacy, and they say that, you're either with us or you're against us. If you're not a net zero country, if you produce fossil fuel, Iran, you need to get your act together. So they want to get Iran on track, but they don't believe that it's going to be a net zero situation. They honestly, I think, do not believe that this is going to happen in their, let's say, tenure, as a bureaucrat. So I think this is really important for people to understand. And then the other point, and this is a takeaway, which I hope you take on board, Europe really is about, in terms of external policy and to your region, it's about templates, okay? There is a European template. Excuse me. So it's about, we have created a certain structure in Europe. We have built institutions around it, yeah? It's about rules, about norms, about governance, about standards. They apply to all aspects of internal housekeeping. It's about pooling of sovereignty. You surrender some of your sovereignty, give me some of your sovereignty, and I will, put your house in order. And in some ways, this is why, as His Excellency, the former foreign minister, was talking yesterday about small states, why do some small states come into the European Union? Of course, they come in for security sort of reasons, but that's more NATO. That's not, EU mandate. But nevertheless, economic security is very important for your political security and your hard security. And so, the smaller states would come in, but then they would have to surrender their sovereignty and, or certain, certainly a lot of it, and then comply to the template. And it's now all about, replicating this template outside of the EU. And that's why, in terms of engagement with the South Caucasus, for example, you have been part of various European neighborhood programs. You will probably have heard of, this Eastern Partnership, for example, yeah? So Eastern Partnership is, or was, I think it's maybe not very active these days. Sure. But Eastern Partnership was really about, sowing the seeds, facilitating the European template sort of outside of the European Union. And this can lead to a European accession track, but not necessarily. But it's about, changing your behavior. It's about changing your internal housekeeping. This is really what Brussels is trying to do. So it's not about strategy, and it's not about thinking about all the things that Mustafa Aydan and some of the other colleagues yesterday talked about, the complexity of the geopolitics, Iran's sort of interest, Turkey's interest, Russia, all the local players jockeying for position, rivalry. It's more about, I didn't care about them. They can do what they want. It's more about me, okay? It's me. It's about me and how the world should be, and it's about my template. So when you hear Brussels bureaucrats talking at conferences, quite often, they just read the script. They just read the script of saying, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this, you should do that. And in principle, everything, inshallah, as they say in the Muslim world, everything will be fine. But it's not like that. The real world is not like that, because someone might not like that both domestically, whether it's about LGBT or something like that, because this is part of, freedom, media expression, plurality, this sort of thing, yeah? Or someone might not like it from an external perspective, a Russia or a Turkey, and it might not just be geopolitics. I think in reality, a lot of geopolitics, we use this term very lightly again, and I think a lot of geopolitics is really imagined. I think it's not real in some ways. Security is real. Ask Georgians. When the Russian, military steamroller rolled into Georgia, it's not about geopolitics, it's about security, yeah? But why? But it's also about business, yeah, business interests, yeah? So, Russia has business interests, former Soviet space. This is an area of kind of natural, kind of advantage, just like, British companies are in Dubai and India and, their kind of natural areas. So, there is, there's a kind of the geopolitics side, but behind that there's the business side. And Europe doesn't really take that on board because they just try to push through their template. This is the key thing, yeah? And so if the Georgians are not, the Georgian government, is not complying to the template, then we have to do something, yeah, just in order to push the template. And I think, I wrote this paper, Geopolitical Pivoting in the South Caucasus, and I think this is the essence of the problem, that we don't really, the big powers, they don't really think about each other's interests, yeah? They think about their own interests, their own template. Russia doesn't really have a template. It just has, a will to maintain its preponderance. It just does not want to pull out. It's like a divorced husband that just doesn't accept that the wife has a new husband or whatever. Russia's a little bit like that. It's almost psychological. There's this historical ownership, and I'm not going to let go. Ukraine suffering from that. I'm not going to let go. So there's that element. But Brussels is not really talking to them about that. They're just still pushing their template. They're pushing their template. And they don't think that maybe Georgians or Armenians today, I flew here from Dubai the other day, that, Europe is still a benchmark and a center of the world, and young Georgians strive towards Europe, but are they not striving towards Dubai as well? Young Georgians or Armenians also not looking at, let's say, the Gulf countries as a model for modernization, as a model for consumerism, as a model for development. There's now, I think, in a multipolar global environment, there's options. We have options. We have Asian models of development. We have European models of development, et cetera, et cetera. So I think I'm probably running out of time, and I've only really got through my first page of notes. But I'll come to a kind of a crescendo, and then we can lead into a discussion. I think overall, there is a kind of a mismatch in expectation. Okay, there's not really a kind of a really consensus about, let's say, what the demand side wants from the supply side, if you like. Yeah, if the demand side is South Caucasus, we regularly hear South Caucasus and Moldova. We were with you Shalva in Chisinau sort of last year, and very similar sort of messages from your colleagues from Moldova. More Europe, less Russia. Europe in, NATO in, kind of Russia out. We hear that, but is there a real consensus about what your people want and what Europe can offer, and where you will end up if you, let's say, come closer to Europe and even enter sort of Europe, yeah? I think, one small benchmark which many of you might not be familiar about, maybe not familiar with, is the Energy Community Treaty, yeah? When, around about 2012, there was a big push for Georgia, for example, as well as Turkey, to join the Energy Community Treaty, Ukraine as well, which is something that prepares their energy sectors to, let's say, abide by European energy market rules. And, just in a nutshell, this created so many complexities, and countries like Ukraine, which is a member of the Energy Community Treaty, before the war, with Russia, still were not able to comply with the terms of the Energy Community Treaty, which meant that they basically would not be able to accede to the European Union. And they were members of the treaty for 10 years. Yeah, energy is important, but it's not the only sort of sector. So if, Ukraine, Georgia is an observer, by the way, it's not a member of the Energy Community Treaty, but it still should abide by the rules. So this is a litmus case. It shows how complex it is for countries to actually abide by European rules and adhere to them. So, we're not in the 1990s where automatically there was a perception that if we Europeanize or move closer to Europe, we become rich and prosperous. This was the default thinking here. Dubai had not arrived on the scene. Other centers of economic power were not here yet. And also, by the way, Russians had the same perspective. We all use the term Evrostandart. We all had this, colloquial sort of term, which equated to kind of a form of modernization, civilization, So we're not in the 1990s right now. We need to understand, the complexities, the drawbacks. So I think just, to really conclude and maybe to lead into a discussion, what I would like to see from Europe towards this region is to really consider dropping or going light on the template approach, okay? So don't just shove your template in my face and say, hey, this is it, okay? So take it or leave it. The world is more complex than that. There are options. So that's the first thing I would say. In terms of exporting, rules, norms, and values through, instruments, through aid, DG INPA used to be called Europe Aid, I think. They're always restructuring in Brussels their bureaucracies. DG INPA is now the main, donor body, if you like, the USAID of Europe. A lot of these projects, support European consultants in the region. They create a few jobs here and there, but I mean, they're really about consolidating and exporting these norms. So I think let's go light on that and really more think about the region. And then I would kind of respond more to requests for cooperation from the beneficiary countries rather than try to set the agenda and drive and tell them what they need and, what they should do. Okay, so I'd be more about responding to requests, play a minimal interventionism rather than maximal interventionism, and form a more maximalist approach from a minimalist approach. Okay, so I would look at that from a strategic perspective. And then I would do what Europe does best, okay? And this is economic integration. So we talked about this with the minister yesterday. I raised the question, I was in Azerbaijan 2 weeks ago, I raised this question with President Aliyev, about economic integration. By the way, his response was very similar to yours. This is something that we need, but it's premature. Let's set up some task forces, let's talk on a number of issues, water security, a number of sort of issues like that. Energy, I think, is quite important. By the way, Azerbaijan is very interested in having a better understanding of, how Armenia has liberalized its electricity market and how it's managed to attract FDI, particularly small-scale FDI, into hydro projects in, the electricity sector here, and also, around Armenia. So I think Europe does economic integration really well, and I think there's a lot here that I would be doing if I would be, let's say, in Brussels at a higher decision-making level, as opposed to shoving these templates into your face and try to exporting values. Yeah, I think I will just stop there. I think, there's a lot in the economic integration sense. I was going to say we should try to end polarization, but I think that will only open up a discussion. So apologies if I've abused my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I was told that we have a hybrid session today. So we have 3 distinguished guests here, and 2 will join, one through pre-record, that's Nejde Hovsepian, and we have Altay Goyushov, who will join through Zoom. And that's after our 3 distinguished guests deliver their speeches. So unfortunately, we have to cut our presentations from 25 minutes to 20. And I have to be very strict with you. Sorry about that. So let's start with, yes?
I think I'm joining you, but there's no seat, so I'll wait. I'll be here.
You can take my seat.
No, it's fine.
Okay. So the first speaker is Dr. David Akopian, who's an advisor to the President of Armenia, and he is a former UN Development Program Director. He has worked in various countries, I think 15 countries you mentioned. He has background in physics, so by definition he's a very smart man. And but he is going to talk about Azerbaijan's scrolling aggression in times of turbulences. So David, the floor is yours.
I have some slides, so I will come.
Do you want me to operate them?
Good afternoon, and it's a pleasure to be back at AUA. AUA is in fact my alma mater, so I graduated, one of the first graduates of this university, so that's why it's a special honor and pleasure to be here. It's also extra pleasure to join 2 distinguished scholars and good colleagues also to speak about the issues of our common concern. My title was mentioned, yes, I'm the advisor to Armenian president, but he always asks me to, when I speak in these occasions, and I speak freely usually, I make the disclaimer that I'm speaking on my behalf, not on behalf of the office or himself. So that's why I am here as myself with my own experience. And I think one of the previous panel members, Marat, I think was mentioning that this is a good mix of the scholars and practitioners. So I consider myself much more practitioner than scholar. Last few years I wrote few articles, and one of them was recently about scrolling aggression. I will explain what is this scrolling aggression of Azerbaijan. And also I expanded, and I will ask to excuse my 2 much more knowledgeable on Turkey colleagues here, that I will speak few words about my other article, which is Turkish skyrocketing emissions in the time of turbulence, so which we are currently facing. And in fact, just to start, I think the way we presented this is like a Caucasus, and there are few fault lines in Caucasus, and we are trying to address. Apparently, to me, there is much bigger problem. It is a global, many fault lines, and many things. I mean, between US, between Europe, between US and China, between many Russia and many other countries, etc. So a lot of different things, and the Caucasus fault lines and our fault lines within this fault line come as on top of many other things. So one of the, it was mentioned that I worked my last 10 years of UN career. I was a UNDP representative and director in Syria. Before I was the director in Somalia and Afghanistan. So 10 years I spent in like deep crisis. And one of the interesting nuances there, I was always feeling comfortable that I'm dealing with this abnormally somewhere far away, but my country and the rest of the world is having a normal trajectory. So, and this is going to continue more or less. There are a few places to fix. The rest of the world is in a good order. Unfortunately, this is no more the case. I retired from the UN. I came back to Armenia in the 2020 September. And then I went to just a week before the war. And then I decided to move to Nagorno-Karabakh. So I spent some months from April till late 2021 and was going and back and forth to Artsakh also. I was the only time in my life I was a government official, part of the administration there, trying to do my best. And the last time I was there a month before the blockade was imposed. And frankly, I was expecting and trying to convince people to explain that something dark and bad is coming, but people prefer to close their eyes and not to notice the problem which was coming to the way. And one of the lessons from that sad circumstances is wherever I feel there is a problem, we better speak about before the problem hits you hardly. So this is what I'm going to try to do about my assessment of situation here in Armenia and how we need to move forward. So speaking about this, let me just try to understand which. So let's go to the next. So first about the collapsing world order and the rule of jungle in the world of globally and in the region. So I mentioned already the type of slowly moving, let's say, abnormalities or disorder was coming to the world, and one can say that this is the first Russian-Ukraine war in 2014, or the Brexit, or the Trump's first incarnation as the president, or probably the biggest cataclysm on 2022 Russian war. And and this, the way it came to us was eventually one of the aftershock was our loss of Nagorno-Karabakh also. But the more and more so these turbulences and the taking momentum, and we are facing, I think it is already the global storm hitting us on many different dimensions. Some are saying this is like a perma-crisis, this is three-dimensional crisis, this is geopolitical crisis, economic crisis, and also environmental crisis, which with climate change will come later. But this is all coming together. And now the challenge is also that even those traditional countries which were the guardians of the global order or international rule of law, etc., they are no more interested to keep that role. That's why if, let's say, United States want to take Panama, Greenland, or Canada under the United States, and Russia continues the behavior, it is definitely a message and a signal to the smaller countries that now is the time when the might is right, and the stronger can take whatever they want to take. So this is, some of the colleagues mentioned back to 19th century's imperial, let's say, division of the world, or we can go back, because before the 20th century, I guess all the rest of the history of the humanity was about this might is right. And the last few decades or a century, we started to try to do things differently. And so definitely Azerbaijan, and with its victory, is probably one of those who's trying to benefit from this global turbulence. And importantly, this is not just the lawless world, this is also the leaderless world. And this erosion of the norms, accountabilities, systems here and there, erupting wars. And I put this, Russia is preoccupied with its own problems in Ukraine. Turkey is emboldened, and we'll explain what I mean by this. UN, OSCE, usual mechanisms are largely ineffective, and this is even beyond this. I mean, UN Security Council, which was divided between East and West, now it is within the West is also divided, so it's very hard to expect any rational decision collectively by UN Security Council, and UN Security Council is the only body international which has the mandate to decide over the sovereign states or put out some restrictions on those who are not behaving properly. And then plus the United States, which was seen the last, I don't know, 60 years as the world policeman, is no more interested to keep this policing role around the world. So what comes next is the challenge. Azerbaijan benefits naturally from this global turbulence because of the victory and because of the ambitions. And what I call a scrolling annexation is the following. So if we follow the last few years of evolution, it was like gradual, calibrated expansionism. So hitting here, if you remember in 21, there were few hits here in the region of Geghar-Konik, then in Sionik, then something happened, a village, small village was lost in Artsakh, another hill or mountain or height was lost, etc. So here and there testing the weak parts of our defense and then hitting a bit harder, but hitting hard to the extent not to stay below the international radar, not to hit global attention. So 22nd September is the time when they decided to bring final solution to the problem to Armenia, and I think they came with a full force. 3-4 different regions of Armenia were under the assault, major force, etc. And I think it went above the radar. So Blinken was calling Aliyev, and the Armenian defense was getting well organized. So there are a lot of, let's say, interventions at different levels. Somehow they managed to stop. Aliyev understood to me that this hitting Armenia so hard was not probably the right move of the moment. And then he went back to Karabakh. And this is the time when a friend of mine, Ruslan Pukhov, the Russian analyst who predicted the war also, he wrote me a letter saying, please go and explain the Karabakh Armenians that they need to be prepared to be evacuated. This is going to come. And I spent a few days talking to leadership, talking to people in October 22nd. Unfortunately, people did not want to listen. For them, it is like Russians are here, and even then the president, he said, Russians are here, and they are promising, and they promise to stay forever here. So no way we're going to do anything on this. So unfortunately. Now to me, since Azerbaijan feel this is a window of dominance, so they still have the power, they have the oil wealth, they have the military supplies coming from 3 important allies. I can call them allies. Armenian military is still recovering, and there are different opinions about the level of that recovery. And the only test is real battle, but unfortunately will not get there. And Baku's urgency to act before Armenia start closing the gap. So from victory to ambition, eyeing to me, and for them it is the Megri corridor, is the critical. As I showed the map, it is the connection for Azerbaijan and also partly for Turkey, but more for Azerbaijan, to connect throughout the Megri corridor, Azerbaijan, Turkey, but also Central Asia, China, etc. Here I have 4 different reasons why Aliyev will be not taking peace agreement easily, or whether he signed it or not, this is some different question. But if even he signs, it may remain a paper because it is his moment. This year and the next year are the moments he has. And first argument is the internal politics. And Armenophobic sentiments are very high and continue to be fed by the politicians. So people demand more victories, and Aliyev definitely leverages this sentiment to maintain his autocratic rule. The only excuse, and to me, majority of Azerbaijanis are also normal people. They want to have a normal democratic and rule of law or whatever all the other normal people want, but certain political conditions, they put this in this situation. Second is the economic disbalance between Armenia and Azerbaijan. There are figures known, it's about $75 billion reserves. SOFAS has, which is the state fund for oil and gas, has about $60+ billion reserves. And then there are 15 billion is the national reserve of central bank, etc. So figure slightly oscillates depending on the month and how you count, but this is, so because of this, they are have the budget, military budget for the year, $5 billion. Armenian budget is $1.7 billion. However, Armenia's GDP per capita is already close to $9,000 per capita, $9,000. Azerbaijani is around $7,000. And the growth rate, Armenia the last few years was from 6 to 10%, 12%, in fact in 22nd. Azerbaijan is somewhere 1 or 2%, despite still flowing in oil money. So, and the projections are that oil and gas will start, I mean, oil is already going down. Gas, there were some promises to Europe to double the volume by 27, so, but this is not highly probable, so we'll see how much they do, but definitely this income is going, even this year, because the prices are already down for the oil, for different reasons. They are already feeling the heat. The third argument for me is this prevailing Hobbesian or this rule of jungle reality of the world. Huh? So they understand that they know if Putin is allowed assault on Ukraine, if Turkey's intervention in Syria have been taken and, let's say, accepted by international community, Trump against Greenland, whatever, all this again, back to this might makes right. So this is the argument. And the fourth, for me, is very interesting to observe, and I was once with our president also in Davos. So Aliyev is a welcome guest in Davos, in Munich, in European capitals, and there are only very few autocrats. Usually this is the Jordanese king, the Saudis, and not the king level, and the Qatar prime minister, etc. But these are like civilized the autocracies. I mean, the way they are received. Azerbaijan is definitely different, but Aliyev, because of his ability and because he speaks good English, because of also the oil and gas he supplies, etc., he managed to position himself as being part of that circle. So that's why things which are not forgiven to the others on many occasions, like the ethnic cleansing of Nagorno-Karabakh in 2023, I mean, it is, to me, crime by all the measures, but somehow no single sanction came either against Azerbaijan or against Aliyev and his family. And there are many ways to hit him hard, because family wealth is in Dubai or London, and there are simple ways. And I know, I have some experience how the US can decide and hit politicians if they want them to be hit. Yet, US and also Europe, also from my Syrian experience. So when this may happen, and I call this is like a global distractions, when the smoke screen, Aliyev, he, for example, calculated well his assault in September 2020. It was the COVID hate time, and it was also just before the US election. So he understood the world is distracted by much bigger problems, and this is the time until we manage to mobilize many efforts, etc., etc. Security Council, we didn't have one single meeting on this assault, and then the war was already over. So that's why I think that he may also call, because of this big interest from many sides, to have this middle corridor functioning and all these trade arguments to facilitate this. He may say that this is a temporary grab, just to establish the trade flowing, and then after we can negotiate, but we know that nothing is more permanent than something temporary with indefinite deadlines. So there is regional chessboard. I will not go deep into this, but we know many things. I was speaking about the fault lines and the shocks and aftershocks, but this Israel's defeat of Gaza, Hamas and Hezbollah is one part. Change of regime in Syria to me, and I spent a few years in Syria. I know this country well, and this is both. Israel was under the impression that they are benefiting a lot. I think they are slightly regretting it now, but Turkey definitely has benefited, and they are the game changer now in Syria, and this is something which have emboldened them a lot. But there is also interesting dynamic which has not been mentioned to me. Turkey and Israel become like a big regional power players. So how this is going to play between them in Syria and also elsewhere? This is an important question. Another issue is about the Turkey-Azerbaijan alignment, and there are many. It was discussed, and I think they have really many dimensions in their cooperation, and this alignment is truly strong. So Russian potential return to the region. We all know that Trump has special feelings about Putin and Russia. So this type of bromance between two grown-up men is, I mean, interesting to observe. But for me, in addition to sacrificing Ukraine, I mean, the next could be Caucasus, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. So it could be an option, which not that I want much, but it is something we need to be mindful about. So if it comes, we need to be mindful how we deal with this. Iran also was discussed. Yes, Iran is probably the only one who made a very statement, drawing even red line about corridor and Mehri, etc. But the question is how much Iran has its own many problems and how much they are willing to take to fight for us or with us. So, and then the West naturally divided and very hard to count. Let me just give some reflections about, I have still a few minutes, right? Yes. Okay. So Turkey, and I didn't work myself in Turkey, but I've been maybe 50 times and interacted with Turkish ambassadors starting from Kabul to Mogadishu to many other places, and we spoke a lot about this feeling about the Turkey. We usually take Turkey from our perspective, our genocide and our relations from this angle. But if you look the map from Libya there, from Somalia, which is this Horn of Africa point, Sudan, 2 weeks ago, Turkish forces or Turkish military equipment also, but also forces helped Sudanese army to take over the rebels, to take over this rapid response force, and Khartoum was taken back. So Sudan becomes part of now this expanded, so I don't know, hard or soft sort of Turkey periphery, so countries which are part of this influence zone of them. Naturally, Syria I already mentioned, so Syria is also something. Now Europeans are much more sort of warming up to Turkey because they feel that Turkey may decide to come fight the war for Ukraine, for Europeans in Europe, in Ukraine, but probably not very possible. But at least still, this is also something. But to me, this expanded circle of Turkish presence around the North Africa, East Africa, Europe, and Middle East, and also in our direction. So in our direction, this Mehri bottleneck becomes one of the issues, which for me, I don't know how high it is on their radar or how important it is critically, but for them, it is a way through Azerbaijan to get to Central Asia, and eventually one of the ways Turkey is positioning itself is a transit route for goods, transit route for oil and gas, etc. So that if it comes through the corridor, it will be much easier to move things around. So what are Armenia's options? So we are caught between ambitions from the east, and that's why I put this together. From east, we have Azerbaijan. From west, we have Turkey with different, let's say, expectations or different intentions. We are strategically located, but very geographically inconvenient and isolated. So we face the collapse of the former security guarantees. Russia, which was expectedly the last 300 years was providing the security, or 200-something years, and it's no more the case. The West would reward democracy. Now, many in the West, importantly United States, also, they are not that much on the democracy alliance, but there are many different priorities. So not obviously they are going to help us to fight. And then our foreign policy is, again, dilemma, the way I put. So East is no more reliable. The West seemingly not ready to take it. West, including the Europe, they have their own many problems, and this was just confirmed in the previous session. So how can Yerevan buy time, deterrence, and survival? And this is the case, but for me, it is a case of Armenia. It's not only our case, it is the case for the future also, for many other small democratic countries, whether there is a space in the world or we're back to the total imperial sort of divide and rule and control reality. Armenian geopolitical awakening and democracy caught between empires. You could say it's former Ottoman Empire, Russian Empire, or Azerbaijan, which getting ambitious to become a local South Caucasus empire, whatever. So, but there are different ways to package this. So what could be done? And I know there is a session where colleagues will speak more about the military reforms. A lot of things are happening, but I personally don't think there are enough with enough good speed. So military solutions, new technology, defense industrial complex, Armenian own production to be relatively independent if the war erupts, how we are going to manage this. Engaging Trump administration effectively, it's easy to say, not that easy to do. I know there were some efforts, and then we repositioned from democracy to Christian First Nation, or there are many ways to present ourselves. But still, it's not that simple, because in their world, they have their own many big issues. European alliance, and we are moving, we declared, we adopted the law, and there are European Union and many individual countries. And the previous session for me was especially eye-opening from that perspective, how complicated and difficult is this alliance with European Union, with their numerous, it's not just so many laws to be approved, but it's so many people-to-people relations to position ours in their own mind, in their own map, etc. Maintaining open channels, and this is, I think, for me is important, because we usually take world black and white. It is either with West or East. So for me, this Moscow and Tehran, we need to maximum avoid unnecessary frictions, and we don't need to burn bridges if they don't harm. So that's why I think we have to be very mindful on this. And then there is a lot of effort now happening, building new, and I think one of the things that Armenia was missing a lot in positioning us as a soft power relating with many different countries in the world. And there a lot of good work is happening. So India, not just good relations, but also military equipment supplies. China, we still can do much more with China. And then I put Latin America, Middle Eastern countries. These are the countries where we have rich, well-established, and I worked in most of those countries. I mean, there's a deep respect towards Armenians, toward our culture, and sympathy, personal sympathy, on which is much easier to construct relations. And the last point is this counter-Azerbaijan, very pro-aggressive PR around the world. I was in one of my last UN assignments, I was in Trinidad Tobago, head of UNDP, and suddenly I'm getting invitation that Azerbaijani ambassador to Brazil came, it was 2019, to lecture about the aggressor state Armenia and about the Azerbaijan peaceful approach, etc. And then I learned, I didn't go, but I learned there are many other the guy came visiting all the Caribbean islands to tell the Azerbaijani part of the story. And there are many other ways, like Azerbaijan was chairing non-aligned movement, 120 countries, they work very hard to make sure that these countries are supporting here and there them on many different occasions. And this is the last one, coming to the end. So again, I think this is very important, that appeasing of aggression emboldened the aggressor. This is from the 1930s, the Germany, Sudets, then Czechia, the Czech Republic, then this, then that, etc., etc. More they take easily, more appetite comes to take more. So Armenia, again, fate, it is a part of the story of Armenia. It is also part of international order, whether there is a way to preserve the international order within certain limits. And so this is the world, again, increasingly shaped by influence, power politics, many complicated things, where we all have to do our part of the work. But so this is just a concluding sentence I want to highlight. This is not just the Armenian story. It is the story of what happened when the old rules are not applicable and there's no one to come and help you. But I don't want this to sound as something apocalyptic negative. I want this important message that this is about strong Armenia. We need to wake up from this mental dependency that one day someone will come and help. And we need to build ourselves on our ground, on our homeland, I mean the land where 3,000 or I don't know how many thousand years was Armenian, and we need to position. And this is also very different that and then when the people come and help, I mean, the good example is the United States first provided military equipment to Israel only after the 67 military victory, when they won very strongly. Americans understood, and now Trump is saying they know how to fight and they deserve to be supported by us. So that's why, for me, this is the very critical. This is like a nation garrison, nation, I don't know, fortress, nation collectively defining. And so the security, the politics, the diplomacy, the governance, the administration, this is a mission critical moment for us. And Stefan, as you said, I feel the same way. I don't feel that there's a lot of happening. So you don't feel that people constantly train. There's a, like, I don't know, reserve force of few 100,000, which is daily getting organized to take the, if things come bad. I mean, if things comes, I mean, to get to the point, we have to have the means to go there. So the last point, I think there is also good news that Armenian technology sector economically, we really are doing better. So for me, if we manage to survive the next couple of years, I think we are going to have the upper hand economically vis-a-vis Azerbaijan. But these next 2-3 years are very critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, especially for the last messages, and hopefully that your position as an advisor to President will help you to convey the message of capacity building. Next speaker is Dr. Cengiz Aktar from University of Athens, who is a professor of political science, and he also worked at the UN. He's also known as one of the leading advocates for Turkey's integration into European Union. What you will not find in his bio that was published by AUA is his campaign of 2008. It's called Apology Campaign, where Dr. Aktar was trying to gather support in Turkey to apologize to Armenians for the genocide. He has also written a book called Turkish Malaise, and that has been published in Armenian. And if you're interested in Armenian, it's Turkakan Aht. So if you're interested, you're welcome to find it probably in bookshops in Yerevan. So please take the podium. Next topic is Turkey as a dynamic of insecurity for its neighborhood.
Thank you. Dynamic of insecurity, David. We are not in the same wave of length here. Anyhow, thank you to Turpanjian Institute for Social Sciences and the College of Humanities and Social Sciences of the American University of Armenia. It's good to be back. It's my third year. Last year I was invited by UFAR, the French university, but always good to interact with colleagues and with students, and to bring my piece of salt to this endless debate of the neighborhood, where Turkey is definitely one of the actors. I would like to, as Lilith, thank you for introducing me. I will talk about the dynamic of insecurity, not of security, but insecurity in the neighborhood. It's another angle, actually. Why I'm underlying this? Because it's, this region where we live, large, not the sub-region, the South Caucasus only, but the general region, including northern Mesopotamia, etc. This is a region which is prone to all sorts of conflicts, probably starting with the forced creation of the State of Israel in 1948. There has been many other developments, but among these developments, Turkey was not an actor. Turkey was not, as David mentioned it, acting according to the good old formula of might is right. Turkey was not one of these actors. Turkey was quite low profile. It was part of the Western security and defense structure since 1945, joining NATO in 52. And it was a kind of quote-unquote satellite of the West, after all. And that started to change dramatically with the arrival to power of the political Islam. And that is something new. And because, you know, before that, the motto of Turkey was this good old motto of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, peace at home, peace in the world. And what we see since, okay, not immediately after the arrival of power, to power of the political Islam 2002, but a bit later, first of all, softly, but then hardly becoming an assertive, that's an euphemism, if not aggressive country in the region. This is why I'm talking about insecurity. When we look back at the, you know, to the period, say 1945 to 2010 or so, there is only two major developments where Turkey was an intrusive, interventionist force. That was the soft intervention in Antioch, which was annexed to Turkey in 1939 through a rigged referendum. This was always part of Syria in 1939, and the other one is Cyprus, of course, the Cyprus operation in '74, but it had no consequence afterwards. I mean, it didn't continue. It was a one shot. So Turkey had to pay the price for it regarding this Cyprus operation. So something new really happened with the political Islam, and you probably not noticed this aggressiveness in the region. And of course, the war in South Korea, I mean, the Korea War, when Turkey joined the Western coalition in 1950, but I'm not counting this. It's an external operation where, you know, Turkey joined happily to ensure that it will become a NATO member 2 years later. And so that is not, but it's not, it's far away anyhow, it doesn't count in the region. So I talk about the hard power. So who are the actors of this hard power? It's definitely not the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's the army and the MIT, the National Intelligence Services. So this is already another picture, you know, and today we can easily utter that the Turkish foreign and external relations, or the foreign policy, is largely militarized. This is because we are talking about hard power, and also the importance and the weight of the intelligence services, especially with the arrival of Hakan Fidan at the ministry, who used to head the intelligence services. Well, these two bodies run the foreign policy today. And paradoxically, it's the motto of the Turkish armed forces is still peace at home, peace in the world. But practically, we are far from it. So, which are the assumptions of this new foreign policy of the new Turkey? Which are they? Huh? So there are several assumptions. We are threatened. I mean, this is the the common formula that is used by all aggressors in the region, by the way. I mean, I won't name them. I mean, you know them all. We are threatened, okay? This is an anti-terror operation. It is vast, but you know, and anybody can be a terrorist. We are at home in these former Ottoman lands. This is quite common also. We are at home. You know, if we intervene, we have the right to intervene, and we have inalienable rights. We are assisting our brethren, Azerbaijan, typical. So it's a mix of politics, economy, history, geography, ethnicity, but driven by, definitely by the might. A word on economy, because it counts. It's not just, you know, the handouts of Mr. Aliyev to Ankara. It also counts because it's billions. But it's also a search, you know, a permanent search for fossil fuels. That is the case in Mesopotamia, and it's also the case in the Eastern Mediterranean. And Turkey doesn't have any fossil fuel and is desperately looking for it. And I mean, in the heat of the Daesh, ISIL, whatever war, you know, the Iraqi oil was flowing in with the ISIS operatives to Turkey. It's still going on, by the way. So it's interesting to note that in the theaters of operations that you know, in the think piece that is published by the Institute, I mentioned the Eastern Mediterranean, South Caucasus, and Mesopotamia. Interestingly enough, these areas belong to, you know, or recoup with the so-called Misak-ı Milli of 1920. It's curious. It's Misak-ı Milli is a kind of document of 1920. It is one of the last documents of the Ottoman Parliament, last decisions actually of the Ottoman Parliament, which corresponds, I mean, we can call it Greater Turkey today, if you like, and Batumi is in it, for instance. But it also covers an area which corresponds more or less to the theaters of operation that I mentioned, you know, the southern, particularly the northern Mesopotamia, you know, bordering Iraq, northern Iraq, and northern Syria, and of course the Aegean, the Eastern Mediterranean. And these areas, curiously, including part of Armenia, by the way, are populated by, you know, by refugees and displaced persons and the survivors of ethno-religious cleansing that took place between, say, 1894 and 1924, during 30 years in the Ottoman Empire. It's interesting to underline and note, I think. As for the modus operandi, the common rationalization is the preventive self-defense. Of course, the adjective preventive is not in the textbook, but the self-defense against threats to Turkey, be it by the states or by fictional terror groups, like in the case of the Syrian Kurds, who have never shot one shot against the Turkish army the last 10 years. this is through the abusive use of Article 51 of the UN Chart, the defense. Every time Turkey started an operation in the region, particularly in Syria, it evoked Article 51 of the UN Chart. This is the exercise by member states of the right of self-defense. So, what is the practice? The practice is gunboat diplomacy, like in the Aegean, very common. Constant verbal threats, assigning to the adversary its own wrongdoings, fait accompli, disregard towards the agreed international principles, constantly, antagonizing the NATO allies, blackmailing NATO with own feuds, rulelessness, if not lawlessness, like at home. These are the main features of the playbook. And what remains as dialogue, or not much really. It's rather a monologue, and it reminds me the position of Azerbaijan nowadays with Armenia. So. So who are where are the checks and balances in this? And internally, both externally. Internally, there's no opposition to this assertiveness, or if not aggressiveness, of the regime. The opposition, be it parliamentary opposition or the non-parliamentary opposition, generally applauds. It's very, nationalistic attitude of this great Turkish, assertiveness around the regional, if not, universal, force. Imposing its might everywhere in the world, including in, or at least trying in Africa. And externally, frankly, not much. The key word here is, as far as the Turkey's partners are concerned, is understanding of the Turkey's legitimate security concerns. Turkey's legitimate security concerns. It's widespread. It's what it means, not much, and it's plus, of course, appeasement, plus. And we are very much and very quickly getting there again with the new European defense and security architecture. I'll come back to that. But I mean, what is this? What's the end result in this might, in this assertiveness of the new Turkey, of the regime of Mr. Erdogan? Well, does Turkey have the means of its ambitions? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, and I think the Ibrahim Kalin, the man who was heading the intelligence services, who is heading now the intelligence services, who was very much involved in the foreign policy making together with his boss Erdogan until the last elections. He used a formula once upon a time when Turkey started to antagonize its classical partners and allies within NATO, the so-called ethical loneliness. Ethical loneliness. Değerli yalnızlık in Turkish. And we are really there, and okay, Turkey is trying to, to push around according to its ethics, as he used the word, so I will use it as well. So what's the end result at the end? I mean, Turkey today is isolated among its allies, despite this appeasement and understanding about the legitimate security concerns. I mean, again, I mean, it's double-edged, and with Europe, etc., we will come to it. But Turkey, you know, is not invited to all critical meetings at NATO anymore, since some time now. And the Turkish ambassador is, you know, they are finding ways of, marginalizing it. And it's costly. I mean, all these operations are very costly. I mean, the money is the nerve of the war. I mean, Turkey doesn't have the means of, of warring here and there, unless it's paid back, like in the case of Azerbaijan. And for Syria and Iraq and Eastern Mediterranean, it's again, I mean, it's costly. I mean, just to give you an example for Eastern Mediterranean, it's normally oil prospecting or gas prospecting in the deep sea is done by rented ships. You rent the ship, because it's very expensive. Turkey bought 5 ships. It's completely irrational. And they cannot go for it because in the meantime, of course, Greece has concluded 2 major defense and defense cooperation agreements with France and the US. Now we'll see whether the US will still play the game, but I mean France is definitely in the picture. So it's in a way it's counterproductive, And frankly, the only beneficial operation is probably the Second Karabakh War, where the Turkish army directly or indirectly fought along the Azeri army, which it managed to transform, as you all know, since 2010, since the signature of this, defense cooperation agreement with Baku. To say a word about Syria, which is considered as the Turkish, big success story, and I still have 3-4 minutes, right?
3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. There is a say in Turkish: a Turk which enters somewhere never leaves voluntarily. Türk girdiği yerden çıkmaz. This is, it's very true, unless forced to do it. And this is exactly what happened in Syria, by the way. I mean, Turkey was occupying 8,800 square kilometers in northern Syria. 8,800 square meters, it's a lot. And through very costly, humanly and fiscally speaking, operations. And now that we are talking, thanks to the mediation or actually forced mediation of 3 external powers and 1 regional power, namely UK, France, US, and Saudi Arabia, it had to conclude a deal to leave those places and accept actually a political reality which it denied until recently, the Rojava Kurds and their structures. I mean, they have created an autonomous region. It's not, they have an army of 100,000 people trained by NATO and equipped by NATO, and Turkey was naively asking for the dismantlement of this army without being capable of seeing that this army would become the backbone of the new Syrian army. I mean, you don't have to be, a genius to guess that. Of course, this army will become the backbone of the new Syrian army because it's very powerful. So Turkey suddenly, changed tune and accepted the harsh reality, and now leaving the occupied territories. I mean, so. Does he have an influence over Ahmed Shara? Yes, still has. But Ahmed Shara he knows how to double play. He's an Easterner at the end of the day, and he has excellent relations with Saudi Arabia and the Westerners. So he plays all cards at the same time to keep its, its autonomy. So one last word about the new situation. The Turkey's geographical situation has again picked up to be transformed into a geostrategic rent. This famous geographic card that Turkey holds since the Lausanne Treaty, and now it's coming back. I mean, Turkey will be probably in the new European security and defense structure. It was not invited to only one meeting, and very quickly the Brits entered the dance, and now Turkey is a permanent member of all the consultative groups that are taking place in London, Paris, elsewhere, and took the initiative organizing a few days ago with all the other military participants from Europe and Canada, I think, a meeting in Istanbul regarding the security of the Black Sea. So this is again within the framework of the new NATO that is shaping. By the way, for the students, I would like to remind that I will be talking extensively about this topic on the 30th, not this coming Friday, the Friday next, here. I don't know whether it will be this room, but there's a lot to say about this new defense and security structure in Europe. Madam Chair,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brilliant. Okay, so moving swiftly is we have a pleasure to have Dr. Vahram Ter-Matevosyan. He's on his home turf here. He is an interim associate dean here at AUA. Dr. Ter-Matevosyan is specializing in Turkish matters. He has been researching Kemalism and modernization ideology and interpretation of Turkey, Kemalism, and the Soviet Union, the problems with modernization ideology and interpretation. He is going to talk about Armenia and Azerbaijan, though not about Turkey. So the title of the speech is Institutionalization of Revenge, Understanding Azerbaijan's Assertiveness vis-à-vis Armenia and Artsakh between 2020 and 2023. Do you want to use what? Okay. You don't have slides, right?
Well, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Astoyan for putting this conference together. It's also good to see many good friends, Lilith and Anna. Thank you. I think it's a good opportunity. Mustafa is also here. Very nice meeting you. So what I want to do for the next 20 minutes is try to look at Azerbaijan's policy versus Armenia, Armenians and Artsakh from a slightly different perspective, and that is to look into the theoretical aspects of revenge, something that is not too widely discussed as a concept in international relations, although it is, as you'll see towards the end of my presentation, there are many aspects which have explanatory power in order to understand some of the manifestations of Azerbaijan's policy vis-à-vis Armenia and Artsakh. So explanatory frameworks concerning Azerbaijan's military assertiveness against Armenia and Artsakh have primarily revolved around hard power-based realist propensities. Although useful, the boundaries and meaning of these interpretations downplay the importance of revenge as a conceptual, ideational, and mobilizational driver. Operationalization of the phenomenon of revenge in international conflicts can serve as an additional level of analysis in explaining
Azerbaijan's coercive stance against Armenia and Artsakh, drawing on the theoretical framework developed in 2008 by Lowenheim and Hyman, I want to examine the instrumental utility and limitations of the revenge theory in explaining Azerbaijan's institutional practices and strategic choices against Armenia and Artsakh. In the aftermath of the 2023 war, because I look at the 3 years in continuity, Azerbaijan has emerged both as a victor and avenger. After cleansing Artsakh of 150,000 Armenians between 2020 and 2023, Artsakh was emptied of Armenians. The president of the Republic of Artsakh announced that Artsakh and its state institutions would cease to exist by January 1st, 2024. In parallel to this, as of today, Azerbaijan has occupied more than 200 square kilometers of Armenia's sovereign territory. So to put this in a context, Yerevan's territory is 230 square kilometers. So this is how big is the territory that Azerbaijan has occupied. So this all brings us to the following questions. How can we interpret Azerbaijan's offensive behavior against Armenia and Artsakh? Why, despite all the gains, peace seems as distant as it was 10, 15, 35 years ago? Why did Azerbaijan's triumphant march to victory not produce peace? And why does Azerbaijan remain defiant against Armenia's conciliatory stance in negotiations? How can Azerbaijan's maximalist demands and infinite chain of preconditions be explained? In reality, the triumphalist rhetoric and state-sponsored celebration of victory in Azerbaijan represent something more enduring phenomenon than military success, which is deliberate institutionalization and continuous advancement of revenge. I argue that the institutionalization of revenge has transformed a national grievance into a powerful political tool to secure elite cohesiveness, consolidate public institutions, and shape and guide popular emotions to secure support and legitimacy for the autocratic regime. The institutionalization of revenge, norms, and negative reciprocity against Armenians have become a defining feature of Azerbaijan's political culture, education system, and dominant popular narratives. It has infiltrated the social political fabric of that country and society and continues to define it. For conceptualizing revenge in international politics, Ode Lowenheim and Gadi Hyman have distilled 2 goals and 5 means for a revengeful state. The primary goal of revenge, according to them, is to inflict not only physical but also emotional suffering on the harm doer. The second goal of the revenge is to instill a reputation for toughness that will dissuade the original harm doer from inflicting further injuries on the revenger. 5 means of revenge that they have developed involve the following manifestations. First is excessiveness and disproportionality. Second is symbolism. The third is explicitness. The fourth is low sensitivity to material costs. And the fifth one is longevity. Looking into these means of revenge reveal more details, context, and their pertinence to the Azerbaijani case. Let me briefly articulate on each of them, each of these 5 means. The first one, excessiveness and disproportionality, entail that damage to the harm doer is disproportionate to the original harm done to the avenging side. It also involves excesses. Revengers try not to distinguish between combatant and civilians. Second, symbolism, another means of a revengeful state, involves making exceptional efforts to harm symbolic targets, such as religious monuments, national or political icons, symbols of military economic power, or political leaders. The symbolic aspects of the revengeful act are designed to intensify the target suffering. The third one, explicitness, is the third means of revenge, means that revengers want their target to know that revenge is explicit and not disguised. As revenge increases the suffering of the target, it becomes essential for the revengers to come to terms with the past. The fourth one, low sensitivity to material costs, suggests that a revengeful state is willing to incur high risks and bear considerable material costs to inflict long-term damage on the harm doer. And the fifth one, the last one, entails that longevity. Actors can harbor designs for revenge for very long period. Francis Bacon famously said that the revenger keeps his own wounds green, which otherwise would heal and do well. Opposite to simple anger, which usually fades away over time, the desire for revenge lingers and can intensify with time. As proposed and conceptualized by Lowenheim and Hyman, these two goals and 5 means of revenge help us understand the visible and explicit manifestations of revenge towards the harm doer. Although helpful in contextualizing the outer manifestations of revenge and its enduring nature, they cannot fully explain, however, how autocracies institutionalized revenge domestically. Azerbaijan's experience with the institutionalization of disproportionate revenge begs for more conceptualization and empirical evidence. Now, let's try to look into apply this conceptual framework to the history and the empirical evidence that we have. Since 1988, the narratives of injustice and humiliation and their temporary nature have become key determinants of Azerbaijan's political narrative and policy debates. Hostility towards Armenians and Armenia, along with the promise of victory in Karabakh, was used as a tool by all 4 presidents and 2 acting presidents of Azerbaijan since 1991. For this purpose, generations of Azerbaijanis were raised with animosity towards Armenians. Azerbaijani public opinion remained deeply hostile towards Armenians, fueled by loss of territory, the defeat at the hands of Armenian forces, and the plight of the displaced people from Armenia, Artsakh, and the surrounding regions of Artsakh. Public schools have taught and continue to teach the Karabakh conflict between 1988 and 1993-94 as a story of internal and external betrayal and a rightful and just fight. So the constant dehumanization of Armenians in textbooks and curriculum, targeting the entire Armenian nation and distorting their history and civilizational legacy, Azerbaijani schools and academia have created a potent force for the internalization of revenge. Public monuments, martyrs' cemeteries, and commemorative holidays such as the Martyrs' Day, which is also known as Black January, the Khojalu Remembrance Day, the Day of Azerbaijani Genocide, reinforced a shaped identity which is enforced by trauma and humiliation. These collective traumas were remembered and periodically and consistently reproduced in public events and spaces. Visualization of national humiliation and embracing revenge were a mutually reinforcing phenomenon, which were put into motion in the second half of the 1990s when popular narratives of genocide and massacres were directed towards official and normative domains. Between 2004 and 2006, 2 events, one in Hungary and the other one in Nakhichevan, served as precursors how Azerbaijani society would react to the cases of violence and destruction of cultural heritage carried out by the state. We all know that in 2004, when Lieutenant of Azerbaijani Armed Forces struck a lieutenant of the Armenian Armed Forces, Gurgen Margarian, multiple times with an axe while he was asleep. It sent shockwaves across the region, although he was sentenced to lifetime imprisonment, but in 2012, Hungary extradited Safarov to Azerbaijan, who was pardoned by Ilham Aliyev and promoted to major. The reception and rewards he received in Baku served as a significant symbol for understanding the prevailing popular norms in Azerbaijan during the period. Between 2006 and 2005, Azerbaijan demolished Jura Khachkars, crosstones, in Nakhichevan, which dated from the 19th to the 17th century. These particular Khachkars were unique in their forms as they served as grave markers and monuments of Armenian Christian heritage. The destruction of these Christian monuments marked another pattern in Azerbaijan's state policy of institutionalized revenge against Armenian cultural legacy and presented a model of how Azerbaijan proceeded with its destructive policies once it occupied the entire Artsakh. Azerbaijan has also systematically destroyed Armenian cultural sites in Baku and other cities where a sizable Armenian population lived for centuries. Societal animosity towards Armenians was further institutionalized through expansive media coverage, movies, documentaries, inputs from government-sponsored experts. Holding annual conferences and workshops with the assistance of Azerbaijani Turkish diaspora communities were a recurring phenomenon. Other instances of institutionalized revenge included cases of travel bans to Azerbaijan of those nationalities of the US, France, and Russia who had Armenian descent. Azerbaijan had also introduced a blacklist, which includes all those foreign nationals who visited Artsakh without the prior permission from Azerbaijan. Throughout the 2010s, Azerbaijan's economy strengthened by oil revenues, allowed for significant military buildup. With the active state role, public opinion became increasingly focused on the possibility of a military solution to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, with government rhetoric often emphasizing the need to restore territorial integrity without any discussion of the status of Artsakh. Revanchism continued to be a powerful force, with public opinion polls consistently reflecting strong support for reclaiming Nagorno-Karabakh and surrounding areas by force, if necessary. In April 2016, Azerbaijani armed forces committed war crimes against Armenian soldiers and civilians during the four-day aggression. Azerbaijani officers tortured, mutilated, and executed elderly Armenians in their homes and posted the images online. This method of mutilation and subsequent public display of the victims became another hallmark of the entrenched revengeful mindset that dominated the armed forces of Azerbaijan. This practice of excessive violence and proliferation of violent images through social media will be further amplified between 2020 and 2023, when Azerbaijani soldiers mutilated and posted photos of Armenian soldiers, including female soldiers, and many civilians in Artsakh villages, the gruesome stories of which are slowly emerging. Against the backdrop of the flamboyant rhetoric and military buildup, a revenge industry was long looming in Azerbaijan. This became evident during and after the 2020 war. The 2020 war could mark a turning point in Azerbaijan's public opinion. Azerbaijan's military success during the war, which resulted in the recapture of significant territories, were met with widespread public euphoria. However, reports of indiscriminate shelling of cluster munitions in civilian areas during the war, as well as videos and images of execution and torture of POWs, beheadings, came to emphasize that crimes of war were committed and excessive and disproportionate use of revengeful means were ubiquitous. After the war, Azerbaijani public opinion remained deeply hostile towards Armenians. The war also reinforced the narrative that military strength and determination were a key to resolving the conflict. Revanchism sentiments remained strong, with the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict still central to national identity. The 9-month blockade of the Lachin corridor, the only link connecting Armenia to Artsakh between December 2022 and September 2023, created shortages of food and medicine, and cases of malnutrition and power and gas outages became frequent. This created widespread suffering among civilians. This, in turn, was followed by Azerbaijani arrests of Artsakh civilians under various pretexts. And in September 2023, Azerbaijan launched a large-scale military operation to carry out an unprecedented act of ethnic cleansing, when within 10 days, the entire population of Artsakh was cleansed of Armenians. However, public opinion continues to view Armenians with distrust and hostility. There is also a sense of, although there is a sense of finality, as many believe that the conflict has been resolved in Azerbaijan's favor after the mass exodus of remaining Armenians in 2023. But the memory of the war and the displacement of Azerbaijani communities continue to fuel negative perceptions in Azerbaijan. By the time Azerbaijan controlled the entire Artsakh sovereign territories of Armenia, the idea of revenge has already become embedded in the fabric of the state institutions. In anti-Armenian propaganda, dehumanization, and inflammatory rhetoric of state officials, which present territorial claims and intervene in the domestic affairs of Armenia, persist and become more systemic and organized. The image of Armenians as eternal enemies and occupiers of Western Azerbaijan is widely perpetuated. In the education, in the post-2020 education system in Azerbaijan has increasingly blurred the line between patriotic education and ideological brainwashing. School children are taught about the glorious liberation of Karabakh with an emphasis not only on military might, but on the national humiliation of Armenians and the eventual triumph of Azerbaijanis. The figure of the fallen soldiers is venerated, while the image of Armenians is kept alive. The inauguration of the Baku Trophy Park in April 2021 was another manifestation of the dehumanization of the Vahram Ter. Among exhibits, some mannequins depicted Armenians in humiliating and demeaning postures. The government promoted the park as an educational venue where schools held classes. Although many nations, okay, I'll keep this part, cultural erasure. Azerbaijan has launched massive reconstruction efforts in the territories reclaimed during the war. Since the 2020 war, roads, airports, mosques, and villages started to be erected around Artsakh. However, Azerbaijan also embarked on a parallel effort to erase Armenian cultural heritage, such as changing the historical narratives of churches, graves, and monuments, revealing another dimension of institutionalized revenge. Altering or erasing inscription on historical monuments, denying the Armenian identity of churches and monasteries, and declaring them Caucasian Albanian were the hallmarks of Azerbaijan's revanchism against cultural and symbolic sites. The trials that we all follow, revenge has also seeped into institutional behavior. The treatment of Armenian prisoners of war and civilians captured after the 2020 conflict has drawn international criticism. Human rights organizations have documented cases of abuse, torture, extrajudicial detentions, practices that suggest a punitive mindset rather than a rule of law approach to post-conflict justice. Weeks ago, Azerbaijan started the sham trial of Artsakh's former political military leadership. In a highly orchestrated and staged trial, Azerbaijan's justice system is trying to reinforce those images of Armenians that long persisted in popular narratives and embraced by state officials. And concluding thoughts, two remarks. There is a profound difference between anger, cruelty, sadism, and injustice, and institutionalizing revenge. The former, anger, cruelty, the former instances can inspire resilience and deterrence, while the latter perpetuates cycle of violence. In nowadays Azerbaijan, that line is rather stark and plain. It is being redrawn and reintroduced by the state itself. The paper demonstrated that when Lovenheim's and Hyman's conceptual model of revenge with its 2 goals and 5 means is applied, many practices of Azerbaijan versus Armenia and Armenians make more sense. Emotional and material satisfaction of the retaliator and inflicting of suffering on the Vahram Ter constituted the basis of Azerbaijan's public institutions, popular narratives, and dominant discourse. Thank you very much.
Vahram, that was brilliant. Thank you so much. Revenge industry and the whole centrality of it to the Azeri identity in the context of this peace talks is also something that has to be emphasized as a major roadblock. Thank you so much. If I'm not mistaken, the next speaker will not be joining us in person. Is there a video?
There is a video of
Mr. Nujde,
Hello,
Dr. Nujde Hovsepian.
It's a pleasure to join you, albeit virtually, for this important conference. I'd like to begin by expressing my sincere thanks to Professor Asturian for inviting me to contribute to today's discussions. While I regret not being able to attend in person, I'm truly honored to share my thoughts with such a distinguished group of scholars and experts through this recorded presentation. Armenian-Azerbaijani relations have long been marked by paradoxes, not only in the realm of international politics, but also in the broader context of conflict resolution and bilateral normalization. This pattern of unpredictability persisted even after the 2020 war and remained unchanged following Azerbaijan's complete takeover of Nagorno-Karabakh. At times, it appeared that a peace was within reach with key issues resolved, yet almost immediately afterward, tensions would resurface, leading to renewed suspicion and diplomatic deadlock. The ethnic cleansing in Nagorno-Karabakh in 2023 and Azerbaijan's subsequent establishment of full military, political, economic, social control over the region erased the Karabakh issue from the agenda of international diplomacy. High-level discussions on the matter all but disappeared, and even Russia, following the withdrawal of its peacekeepers, ceased raising the issue in dealings with Azerbaijan. The reference to Nagorno-Karabakh was also removed from the draft peace treaty, leaving the matter largely confined to cases pursued by human rights organizations or international courts. Geopolitics has played and will continue to play a decisive role in the normalization process between Armenia and Azerbaijan, while negotiations have transitioned into a bilateral format. Azerbaijan currently continues to frame its approach within a broader geopolitical and regional strategy. This is evident in its reluctance to finalize the peace treaty and to restore communications based on universally accepted international principles. Despite Azerbaijan's public opposition to the internalization of Armenia-Azerbaijani relations, its stance on transportation roads paradoxically invites third-party involvement. Baku frequently references the ninth provision of the November 9, 2020 trilateral statement, which allows for the presence of Russian security forces on roads passing through Armenian territory. Given Azerbaijan's insistence on additional security mechanisms and external guarantees for the reopening of communications in the region, the role of third-party actors remains a pivotal issue here. Ultimately, this matter is closely tied to the future stance of the new US administration on the Ukraine crisis and the broader question of Russia's post-war trajectory. In recent years, Moscow has aligned its strategic interests in the South Caucasus with Turkey and Azerbaijan. However, should a resolution to the conflict in Ukraine emerge, shifts, though likely not drastic, could occur in Russia's regional policies. Until there is greater clarity in international politics, Armenia and Azerbaijan remain in a status of post-2020 war, and I would call it a new status quo. 5 years have passed, yet no lasting solution has been reached in the bilateral relations. The ongoing peace process between Armenia and Azerbaijan is taking place in 3 directions. The process of border demarcation and delimitation between Armenia and Azerbaijan has seen significant developments. In 2024, parties reached an agreement on a 12-kilometer section of the border. This shift transforms this segment from a contested line of contact into a formally recognized interstate border. This agreement represents a historic milestone, demonstrating that Armenia and Azerbaijan can resolve disputes through negotiations rather than conflict. Further progress followed in August 2024, when both sides signed a regulation on joint activity of the commissions, affirming that border demarcation and delimitation will be based on the 1991 Almaty Declaration. However, as of now, the commissions have yet to determine the next stages of the process, and the remaining sections of the border appear to hinge more on political will than technical feasibilities. The second key direction in Armenia-Azerbaijani relations is the negotiations of a peace treaty. In March 2025, both countries confirmed that the text of the peace treaty had been agreed upon. Armenia promptly proposed signing the agreement without delay, but Azerbaijan rejected this proposal and cited Armenia's constitution as the main obstacle to signing the treaty. Azerbaijan's objection is based on the preamble of the Armenian constitution, which references to the Declaration of Independence of Armenia, a document that includes a statement on the reunification of Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh. However, by the same logic, Azerbaijan's constitution references the Constitutional Act of Azerbaijan, which asserts legal continuity with the First Azerbaijani Republic, an entity that once claimed the territory of modern-day Armenia as an inseparable part of its territorial integrity. In reality, while both constitutions contain historical references, neither explicitly asserts a territorial claim against the other. In 2024, the Armenian Constitutional Court ruled on this issue, stating that the Declaration of Independence does not hold legal force within Armenia's constitutional framework. This decision, which is final and unappealable, effectively addresses Azerbaijan's concerns at the highest judicial level. Despite this, Baku continues to insist that Armenia must amend its constitution before a treaty can be signed. Amending a constitution is a complex and time-consuming process that could take at least 2 years. By making this a precondition, Azerbaijan is effectively delaying the peace process indefinitely, making the establishment of good neighborly relations impractical. Interestingly, in early 2024, Azerbaijan seemed to be willing to finalize the treaty largely to facilitate the removal of Russian peacekeepers from Karabakh. However, once the peacekeepers withdrew, likely through mutually accepted compromises, I believe, Baku's stance shifted. The constitutional issue only became a firm precondition after it became evident that the treaty would not bring additional benefits to Azerbaijan's broader geopolitical appetite, such as its relations with Russia, with Iran, with the West. Additionally, with the treaty text nearing completion, Azerbaijan faced a choice: either sign the agreement or openly refuse. By keeping the process in limbo, Baku appears to be preserving flexibility for various geopolitical scenarios rather than committing to legally binding peace obligations. The third major aspect of Armenia-Azerbaijan negotiation process is the restoration of communications between the two countries. This issue became a central pillar of normalization efforts following the 2020 war. At the very first post-war meeting on January 11, 2021, the leaders of Armenia, Azerbaijan and Russia signed a trilateral statement exclusively dedicated to this topic. The document even included concrete deadlines for implementing specific steps. To facilitate the process, a trilateral commission was established at the level of deputy prime ministers. However, as time passed, the commission's work slowed down significantly, and in recent months, no meetings have been held at all in this format. Trilateral discussions gradually shifted into a bilateral format following the Kazan meeting. The Armenian Prime Minister announced a new proposal to Azerbaijan regarding communications, but Baku has so far refrained to respond publicly to this proposal and refuses to restore them on equal terms. Azerbaijan's main argument is that unless it receives an unimpeded corridor from mainland to Nakhichevan, it sees no incentive for the general opening of communications. The issue of communications is perhaps the most fundamental aspect of Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization. While Azerbaijan insisted on removing this topic from the peace treaty negotiations, it is becoming increasingly clear that a peace treaty is unattainable without resolving this issue. Azerbaijan does not see a strategic advantage in signing a treaty unless it secures a guaranteed transit road to Nakhichevan. Armenia has expressed a willingness to restore communications based on international principles, including territorial integrity, sovereignty, reciprocity, and jurisdiction. However, Azerbaijan is demanding additional security guarantees, mechanisms, and external actors, arguing that Armenia's security assurances remain unreliable and unstable. Since direct Azerbaijani control over this road is impossible, Baku insists on the involvement of a third party. This demand for external oversight, however, has triggered strong opposition from regional powers, and particularly Iran. Interestingly, this situation highlights a contradiction in Azerbaijani's policy. On the one hand, Baku insists that broader Armenian-Azerbaijani normalization process must remain strictly bilateral, rejecting the involvement of external geopolitical actors. And on the other hand, when it comes to communications, Azerbaijan actively seeks the involvement of a third party. This contradictory approach inevitably geopoliticizes the issue and attracts the global powers. As a result, instead of fostering direct Armenia-Azerbaijan dialogue, the process has turned into a battleground for geopolitical influences, where each major power seeks to extract its own political dividends at the expense of the two conflicting parties. The normalization of Armenia-Azerbaijani relations is not an isolated process. On the contrary, it is thoroughly connected to geopolitics and regional affairs. Since the 19th century, the South Caucasus has been a strategic zone for Russia, serving as both a geopolitical buffer and a region of economic and military influence. Over the years, conflicts in the region have often been exacerbated or mitigated in line with Russia's shifting foreign policy priorities. In this context, the current phase of Armenia-Azerbaijani normalization remains closely tied to Russia's strategic interests, even if its role is less overt than before. The last trilateral statement was notable for its persistent references to earlier trilateral agreements. This suggests that the document was designed primarily to preserve the status quo, at least until Russia is able to refocus on the South Caucasus. In essence, the statement signaled that Armenia-Azerbaijani settlement process should remain limited to minor adjustments, avoiding any transformative changes. It also reinforced the idea that Russia has its own vision for the normalization process, particularly regarding the restoration of communications, and expects the parties to align with its preferences. Since the 2000s, Russia has significantly reoriented its South Caucasus policy, placing greater emphasis on cooperation with Azerbaijan. This shift has become even more pronounced in recent years and now serves both economic and political interests for Moscow. However, the evolving Russia-Azerbaijan partnership has come at Armenia's expense. Russia has increasingly failed to fulfill its security obligations toward Armenia, both within the STO framework and under the 1997 bilateral treaty. This passive stance has left Armenia vulnerable while reinforcing Azerbaijan's leverage in negotiations. Despite its diverted focus on Ukraine, Russia remains determined to retain a role in shaping the region's communication corridors. At a minimum, Moscow seeks to restore regional transit roads under conditions that ensure its continued presence and influence. Ideally, it wants exclusive control over any communication links, ensuring that no other geopolitical actor steps in, a position that aligns with its broader post-Soviet security doctrine. The role of the United States has become crucial in the normalization process of Armenia and Azerbaijan since Russia shifted its focus to the Ukrainian front. The Biden administration had clearly aimed to use the South Caucasus to achieve the broader geopolitical goal of pulling Central Asia from China. As a result, the US did not express genuine outrage when Azerbaijan resolved the Nagorno-Karabakh issue by force and ethnically cleansed the region of Armenians in September 2023. However, with a new administration in the White House, this policy might change. It remains unclear what stance Trump will take on the South Caucasus, as the American president has yet to comment on the issue. His national security advisor, Mike Waltz, and Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, have already discussed the need for peace and urged Azerbaijan to sign the peace treaty as soon as possible. Whether the region will feature prominently on Trump's geopolitical agenda depends largely on his handling of the Ukrainian and Iranian issues. Considering Trump's personality, he may be attracted to resolving a decades-old conflict and compelling the parties to sign the already agreed peace treaty, achieving a historic success. However, he places America first at the center of his priorities, and with Azerbaijan's entanglement in broader geopolitical dynamics, Trump may find here higher stakes in his relations with Russia, with Iran, Turkey, Israel, China, and others. The European Union's and Turkey's and Iran's actions within the settlement of the Armenian-Azerbaijani conflict will probably be determined again by Donald Trump's policies. The EU lacks the imperial tooth, and in the new reality where the American security umbrella has shifted from protection to a potential threat, the EU is unlikely to risk tensions with Azerbaijan for Armenia. Turkey, in its turn, has supported Azerbaijan throughout the entire Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Erdogan continues to highlight Turkey's role in the Second Karabakh War, even claiming that in 2020, Turkey entered Karabakh. Turkey's ability to challenge Russia's influence in the South Caucasus is not through military force, but through economic and diplomatic means. Therefore, the first essential step is the normalization of Armenia-Turkish relations. This would position Turkey as a key decision maker in the region, aligning its long-term strategic goals of expanding into Central Asia. Turkey may also look to the Trump administration for support in containing China in Central Asia. Meanwhile, if Azerbaijan hesitates to sign the peace treaty, in my understanding, it is hardly unimaginable that there is a potential for Turkish-Azerbaijani confrontation over the approaches towards Armenia. Since 2022, Iran has declared changes to the borders and territorial integrity of Armenia as its own red lines. Iran opposes any scenario that could lead to its military, political, or geopolitical isolation and geographical isolation as well from the north, or deprive it of its traditional economic roads and communications. So far, Azerbaijan has been unable to overcome Iranian residents here. But if Trump becomes involved in Netanyahu's efforts to draw the United States into the Middle East conflict, Iran will face significant challenges. It will struggle to resist on multiple fronts, and any escalation in the Middle East would resonate in the South Caucasus, potentially affecting both Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenian-Azerbaijani relations have reached a critical juncture where the individual responsibility of both parties is of utmost importance. In a striking reversal of roles, Azerbaijan now finds itself in the same position that Armenia occupied previously before Karabakh War. Then Armenia, as the victorious side, tried to get everything it wanted. Now Azerbaijan, having emerged as the dominant power, is in a similar position, seeking to maximize its gains without defining clear limits. Armenia's past miscalculations proved costly, resulting in the loss of Karabakh, 4,000 casualties, 10,000 wounded, and 150,000 displaced persons. The country continues to grapple with the consequences of this defeat, having lost its strategic bargaining power. Even after the war 2020, the dominant political mindset in Armenia remained unchanged. Between 2021 to 23, Yerevan delayed the peace process, insisting on so-called red lines, the principle of remedial secession, self-determination, and other role, and even they were talking about the role of OSCE Minsk Group, etc. Armenia clung the outdated arguments that had defined its status quo policy since 1998, failing to adapt to newer realities. As a result, Armenia missed multiple opportunities to secure even the minimum it needed. For instance, it rejected Azerbaijan's proposal to establish customs checkpoints before the mass displacement of Karabakh's Armenian population. Similarly, in 2022 to 23, it prolonged the negotiations, hoping international pressure would force Azerbaijan to compromise. By the spring of 2024, a political window existed for signing a peace treaty, yet Armenia hesitated. When Yerevan eventually agreed to Azerbaijan's terms in the spring of 2025, the political momentum in fact had already been lost. This failure reflects a fundamental miscalculation in Armenian political thinking, the belief that what is possible at one moment will remain possible later. History has repeatedly shown the opposite. What Armenia could have secured in 1998 was no longer achievable by 2000. What was attainable in 2007, it was out of reach by 2011. The same strategic errors that once defined Armenia's approach now appear to be influencing Azerbaijan's behavior. Despite securing all its key demands, including full control over several regions and Karabakh itself, Azerbaijan continues to push for further gains, and the mass displacement of Karabakh's Armenian population, the imprisonment of its former leaders, and the lack of strong international response have created conditions beyond what Baku could have envisioned. The Karabakh conflict, once a major issue in international diplomacy, with United Nations Security Council and OSCE resolutions, now has been resolved by force in Azerbaijan's favor. Yet, despite this unprecedented success, Baku appears unwilling to finalize a peace treaty. Whether this hesitation stems from political overconfidence or strategic calculations involving external actors, such as Russia, Turkey, Israel, or someone else is there, it remains uncertain. What is clear is that Azerbaijan, despite achieving its core objectives, is leveraging the unresolved peace process for further geopolitical gains. By refusing to sign the agreement, Baku is testing international reactions, assessing which global player might intervene and what concessions it could extract in return, whether through continued confrontation with Armenia or eventual normalization. A key example of Azerbaijan's geopolitical maneuvering is its approach to regional transportation roads. While Baku advocates for reopening communications, it simultaneously insists on either deploying its own military forces or involving third-party actors. This strategy keeps the Armenia-Azerbaijani peace process entangled in broader geopolitical calculations, prolonging uncertainty rather than bringing a definitive resolution to the conflict. Another important point is that, particularly in the Armenia-Azerbaijan normalization context, the parties often seem to confuse the peace process with simply not fighting. These two concepts are fundamentally different. Peace requires a long-term strategy and security-certain architecture, while not fighting is merely the maintenance of the status quo, an absence of violence without a vision for the future. Throughout the history of the Karabakh conflict, both sides have more often defaulted to this passive approach, rather than considering the strategic interests of their nations. Historically, geographically, economically, and politically, Armenia and Azerbaijan are arguably natural allies, especially when one considers energy resources, access to markets, global connectivity, and the broader geopolitical competition involving major powers in the region. Yet, instead of pursuing mutual benefits, the two countries have found themselves trapped in a zero-sum game, which leads to deadlock and significantly limits their development. Currently, both sides face a crucial decision: seize the opportunity to finalize peace or leave the door open indefinitely, risking the loss of momentum. The worst-case scenario is that Azerbaijan, in a miscalculation reminiscent of Armenia's past strategic errors, falls into the trap of assuming that the peace treaty can be concluded at any moment. Perhaps one of the most underestimated forces in politics is timing itself. The ancient Roman maxim, carpe diem, seize the day, remains as relevant in statecraft as in personal ambition. Political opportunities, which, like economic cycles, are never static. Just as market fluctuations can drive prices to unsustainable levels before demand vanishes, political conditions evolve, sometimes making previously unattainable or attainable agreements and currently impossible. Inflation cycles in markets mirror political dynamics, periods of rising expectations and followed by downturns, crises, and missed opportunities. The question here remains: if this moment is lost, will there be another opportunity for Armenia and Azerbaijan to establish lasting peace? Or will hesitation and overcalculation push both parties into another cycle of uncertainty, where geopolitical shifts dictate new, less favorable terms? Thank you once again for the opportunity to contribute. I'd like to acknowledge and appreciate Turpanjian Institute for its dedicated efforts in organizing this important conference. And I wish the remaining sessions continued success and fruitful discussions. Thank you for your attention.
I don't know if you can hear us, but that was Nijde Hovsepian. I didn't tell you who he was. He holds a PhD of history from Yerevan State University. He previously served as a director of the information center of the government of Armenia. Moving on, we have a very interesting guest joining us from Paris. His name is Altay Goyushev. Dr. Altay Goyushev is an Azerbaijani historian and a political analyst who is specializing in the history of Islam and secularism in Azerbaijan. And he will be talking about domestication of Islam, Azerbaijan's policy to curb foreign influence. Hi, Dr. Goyushev. Welcome. And I have a big favor to ask. If you could keep to 20 minutes, that would be great. Thank you, and good luck.
Hello. First of of all, thank you for having me here. Thank you for Professor Nasrian for inviting me to participate in this this conference. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my topic is a little bit, let me say, different than discussed topics here in this panel. It's more about the internal situation, but there's no doubt that these things have also geopolitical and international ramifications. So I'm going to talk about the process of revival of Islam. You know, the situation in Azerbaijan is a little bit different in comparison with the majority of regional countries, including Georgia and Armenia. Azerbaijan is more religiously divided country. As you know, the 60, according to the estimation that approximately 65% of Azerbaijan population, Muslim population of Azerbaijan, are culturally Shia, while 35% are Sunnis. And historically, the rivalry between Sunni and Shia has been playing a very important role in the history of Azerbaijan. And the actually current Azerbaijani identity is more built on secularism, where one of the most important factors, major factors, was finding the way for the reconciliation and between Sunnis and Shia. So despite the facts and since the emergence of new Azerbaijani identity, creation of new identity since mid-19th century, the idea of reconciliation was one of the most, let me say, most important ideas, and it's mainly based on secularism. However, it was may sound a little bit strange, but it was the process of the creating, or let me say, building this identity started as an Islamic revival movement since mid-19th century, as by then probably the most important identity of Azerbaijanis was the belonging to the great Islamic world, big Islamic world, part of the Islamic Middle East. And since the 16th century, when the Shia, let me say, Shia creed became the kind of dominant religious movement in the territories which we call Azerbaijan. Now, the rivalry between Sunnis and Shias became the very important factor in the developments in the region, and majority of Azerbaijans, the possessors of Shia identity, in fact, they were in a kind of constant war with the neighboring Ottoman Turks. And in the 19th century, when this idea of new secular, let me say, intelligentsia entered into the public life, with an attempt to create a kind of new identity. They said that the first reference was to the Islamic identity, when they regard themselves as the part of the great Islamic world, as Muslims, primarily as Muslims, and by influence of French Revolution, or let me say even the unification of Germany, it all has some kind of influence on what was going on with Azerbaijani intelligentsia, and there was a shift from Islamic identity for the search of kind of ethnic identity, different kind of identity, and naturally the first attempt was to connect Azerbaijani population with Iranian identity, as it was the part of the great Iran for many centuries. But since the since the early 20th century, when junters came to power, since Balkan Wars, there was another shift when Azerbaijani intelligentsia started seeking more alliance with Turkey, with Ottomans, and this rapprochement between Azerbaijani identity and in general with, first with Ottoman Empire and Turkey, I think it played very most important role in the formation of new Azerbaijani identity. And what's interesting actually after collapse of the Soviet Union, after the Russian Revolution, actually the first Azerbaijani Republic was created, dominant political ideology within the Azerbaijani intelligentsia was Turkic nationalism, and it managed to somehow push aside the dominant until then the Islamic identity. And when the first republic was created, actually the Turkic nationalists, they were in power for 2 years, while the Islamists, they still existed, but they were in opposition. So when the Soviet Union actually collapsed, we have witnessed now the play out of these two, let me say, identities against each other. We again see this rivalry between these two identities, I mean the Turkic nationalism and Islamic identity. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about, give you an impression what was going on with Islam in Azerbaijan, because for the dominant, as I said, for the dominant Turkic nationalism, or we can say call it to some extent also an Azerbaijani nationalism, the Islam was regarded as a possible threat to the unity or to the dominance of secularism, or even to the existence of the Azerbaijani Republic as it is. So when the collapse of the of the USSR opened the way for the revival of various identities that had been marginalized during the communist rule. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the vast majority of Azeris lacked even the most elementary understanding of Islamic practice, including such basics as Ramadan fast or daily prayers. At the same time, however, average Azeris continued to identify themselves as Muslims and insisted that they believed in God. So the emotional ties to Islam remained almost intact, and yet despite the public revival of Islam after USSR's demise, Islam was not the most powerful identity in Azerbaijan, nor was it especially politically influential. Indeed, at first, the country as a whole was more attracted to secular pan-Turkish nationalist ideas. The dominance of secular ethnic nationalism, pan-Turkism over Islamism in Azerbaijani society presented a range of obstacles in the revival of Shiism, which was stigmatized by ethnic nationalists as a subversive teaching of hostile Persian design. This attitude slowed the pace of Islamic revival in Azerbaijan. Nonetheless, there was also a visible rivalry between Turkism and the re-emerging Islamist trends after Soviet collapse. Plus, there was simultaneously a powerful anti-clerical tradition in Shiite Azerbaijan, thanks in part to the legacy of the pre-revolutionary intelligentsia. This deepened during the Soviet era and remained embedded in popular consciousness. For one thing, Azeri clerics were unable to provide basic Islamic knowledge to the public, since Shiite clerical traditions had been completely interrupted by the Soviet regime. As a result, the secular Azeri population regarded local Shiite clerics with great suspicion, seeing them as a source of antrax or at best of ignorance. As a result of the Soviet Union's fall, the official clerical establishment, represented by the Muslim spiritual board and its leader, Paşazade, found itself unable to gain widespread authority and support. This prevented Azeri Shiite clerics from assuming a leadership role in the post-Soviet Islamic revival in Azerbaijan. The inability of both establishment Shiite clerics and newly emerged homegrown independent preachers for various sorts of to provide satisfactory information on Islam further encouraged the public to look elsewhere for Islamic knowledge. After independence, Azerbaijan came into contact with some of the new forms of the traditional religions which had been transformed abroad, and a new, totally untraditional religious situation began to form in the country. Foreign religious organizations and preachers poured into the country from the outside. This effectively brought to an end the era in which homegrown Azeri movements and factors played the dominant role in Islamic life. Since that time, groups have been largely inspired and funded from abroad, have diminished the revivalist movement in Azerbaijan, and independent religious communities have grown much more rapidly than officially government-sponsored mosques. Iran became especially influential in Azerbaijan religious life in the early 1990s. Once Iranian clerics appeared on the scene, Azerbaijan's establishment clerics and homegrown independent Shiite preachers and intellectuals found it increasingly difficult to compete with them. In many ways, the Iranians simply outmastered the Azeris, employing their greater religious knowledge alongside their firm determination to promote their political agenda and attract a growing number of followers. There was a dogmatic reason for Iranian success as well. An institution known in Arabic as Marja al-Taglif, source of imitation, is a backbone of modern-day Twelver Shiism. The term Marja al-Taglif refers to senior Shiite clerics who write collections of guidelines regarding Sharia law, explaining how to observe religious rules. Each Marja al-Taglif must be a source of imitation for ordinary Shiite believers. In other words, every ordinary Shiite believer must be a follower or imitator, mugallid, of a Marja al-Taglif of his or her choice, and this believer must pray and live in accordance with the religious views of that Marja. As a rule, Marja al-Taglif received the title of Grand Ayatollah. The Soviet period disrupted the native Marja Mughalli traditions of the Caucasus. Local dignitary clerics were either eliminated through repressions or they fled to neighboring countries. In their place, on April 14, 1944, the Soviet government created an agency called the Trans-Caucasian Muslim Spiritual Board. The head of the agency was a Shiite cleric with the title of Sheikh al-Islam, while his first deputy was a Sunni cleric with the title Mufti. The board, however, didn't establish relations with traditional Shiite religious education centers in Iraq and Iran, but instead sent some clerics to receive instructions in Sunni Uzbekistan. This education, however, could not be enough to restore the Institute of Marjas in Azerbaijan. During the Soviet period, when knowledge of religious matters was rare and demand for it scarce, this didn't cause any serious problems. In 1946, 2 years after the founding of the board, only 11 mosques operated officially in Azerbaijan. The number of officially operating mosques only rose to 17 by the second half of the 1980s, and the number of believers following Marjas was negligible. Since 1988-1989, the situation has begun to change radically. Currently, there are more than 2,300 mosques in the country. As a result of the flow of religious knowledge into the country, the formation of community of Shiite believers, and as that community searched for a Marja al-Taglif to imitate in accordance with the Shiite Sharia, it became clear that the Sheikh al-Islam and the board has no spiritual authority according to Shia Sharia doctrine. Naturally, believers turned their gaze to the traditional Marja al-Taglif centers of Shia in Najaf, Iraq, and Qom, Iran. Starting in the late 1980s, Azerbaijani Shiites began to become familiar with the institution of Marja al-Taglif and choose them for imitation. The death in 1989 of the leader of Iran's Islamic Revolution, Ruhollah Khomeini, affected the process of choosing marjal Taghlis for Azerbaijan's Shiites who were taking their first step towards relearning their religion. Ali Khamenei was chosen as a successor of Khomeini. At that time, there was serious competition between the discourse of the Iranian religious establishment, which upheld the concept of Vilayat Taghi on the one hand, and the Marja al-Taghlit, who rejected the concept, specifically Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani on the other. Vilayat Taghi means the leader of Islamic, spiritual leader of Islamic Shia. It seems to us that it was the discomfort, this competition producing among Azerbaijan's young Shiites that was the source of the popularity of Marja Taghlis, who were able to stake out relatively neutral positions in the confrontation, especially Iranian Mohammad Fazl Lankarani, the fact that he was close to the population of the Azerbaijani Republic in terms of his heritage. His parents originally immigrated to Iran from Azerbaijan after the Sovietization, and ethnic ties also clearly played a role. Grand Ayatollah Fazl Lankarani's religious guideline book was, until his death in 2007, the most popular guidebook to Sharia law among Azerbaijani Shiites. Like many other well-known Ayatollahs of Iran, Ali Khamenei also shares ethnic ties with the people of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Was the period following Fazl Lankarani's death was characterized unequivocally by the rapid growth in Ali Khamenei's popularity as a Marja al-Taghlit. In short order, he became one of the most forward of Marjas in Azerbaijan. Even the chairman of the Caucasus Muslim Board, Allah Shukr Pashazada, Shaykhul Islam Pashazada, has several times said that he personally follows guidelines of Sayyid Ali Khamenei. And currently in Azerbaijan, the second most popular Marja al-Taghlit after Khamenei is Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani of Iraq. So the rise of foreign-led Shiism in early 1990s urged the Azerbaijani government to create opportunities for Salafism connected with Gulf states and Sunni tariqas connected with Turkey to compete with the Iranians for the hearts and minds of Azerbaijani believers. As a result, in the second half of the 1990s, it could seem a little bit strange, but it's the reality, Salafism became the most peaceful religious movement in the country. In the late 1980s, Salafism in Azerbaijan began to spread through the teaching of Arab students and then through the proselytism of Arabic organizations as well as influences from Russia. However, by the end of the 1990s, the Azerbaijani Salafis educated abroad took the lead in Salafi promotion and managed to be so successful that this version of Islam flourished and clearly became the fastest growing religion in the country in the late 19th, early 2000s. Salafism was successfully spread to big cities such as Baku and Sungait and nearby suburbs of these cities. The northern regions of Azerbaijan where ethnic Sunni minorities are closely concentrated, and in Karabakh War, refugee tent camps established by Arab foundations in military regions. Also, Salafism managed to convert some people from a number of traditional Shia regions and even Rus in some of them. In comparison with Sunni regions and the major cities, Salafism was relatively weak in majority of traditional Shia areas in the south of the country. The rise of Salafism forced the government to respond in its traditional manner. Abu Bakr Mosque, the center of Salafism, Baku, was the most populous mosque in Baku in late 90s, early 2000, was closed after the terrorist attack in 2008, and subsequently other Salafi mosques and communities shared the same fate. Officials say that currently there is no Salafi-led mosques in the country. However, it seems that hawkish style of Azerbaijani government in its fight against Salafism has proven to some extent unproductive. The closure of the main mosque led to the weakening of moderate scholastic Salafism and the spread of political activist Salafism across the country. The rising role of the internet combined with the government's unwise efforts to diminish the role in Salafi proselytism of the once strong Abu Bakr community contributed to radicalization. As a result, when violent jihadism in Iraq and Syria after Arab Spring took hold, as the government admitted thousands others immigrated to war zones. This shows that fertile ground for jihadi recruitment had formed in Azerbaijan. Jihadis easily turned the general oppressive in mind in Azerbaijan to their advantage. Brainwashed by jihadis through the internet and promised that they would be able to live freely according to their beliefs, many Salafi families migrated to ISIS-filled areas. Stories of captured, killed, or executed Azerbaijani men and women told in the after defeat of the ISIS. Azerbaijan Ministry of Internal Affairs in its report provided to the International Organization for Migration indicates that overall 1,500 Azerbaijanis went to Iraq and Syria to join terrorist organizations, and 900 of them either died or missing. So, but at the same time, along with the Salafi creed, Azerbaijani government also created some, kind of better conditions for Turkish-affiliated Sunni groups to spread their, to make their proselytism in Azerbaijan, and they were to some extent also successful, but they were no doubt about that they were losing the ground to Salafis in many areas of the country. The most successful among them, among this, Turkish-affiliated groups, was the group Fethullah Gülen. This was very, very, very powerful, especially in secular education. But this rift between Erdogan and Gülen eventually led to the expulsion of the Gülen community, completely closing the shutdown of their school and forced them out. So it is interesting that we saw later again the emergence of a Shi'i movement since 2010s, especially after the defeat of ISIS in 2014, when Shi'i, let me say, the view started again gaining the ground, and at some point, Azerbaijani government tried to, start this policy to taking control, to domesticate the region, completely eradicate any kind of foreign influence. So what happened actually? So the result is that now in Azerbaijani prisons we have, according to local human rights organizations, we have something like 360 prisoners, political prisoners, and vast majority of them actually are Shia believers. There's no doubt that on one hand, this harsh tactics helped the Azerbaijani government to preserve, let me say, to diminish the influence of Shia religious movements, because they have been growing more and more. But at the same time, it creates a little bit, let me say, the uncertain situation. The fact is that many things which is currently employed by the Azerbaijani government, we have been witnessing this since the early 1920s, when the Soviets started, late 1920s, when the Soviets started this anti-religious policy. And the result was that, despite the fact, as I said in the beginning, that Azerbaijani lost any kind of religious knowledge. They didn't know anything, many things about their religion. In the early 1990s, every kind of book which mentioned word Islam was very popular. People were trying to find out more about their religion, about their past, or whatever. But at the same time, there was a strong identity, strong attachment to Islamic identity. And fall of the Soviet Union actually gave way to this revival movement when we can say that 70 years of atheistic policies of the Soviet Union in fact collapsed. The revival shows that this, harsh politics toward Islam is not actually working. So what's going on now? Azerbaijani government, in many instances, actually repeating what was going on during the Soviet rule. Despite the fact that, of course, the goals of the Soviet Union and current Azerbaijani government are completely different. But the tactics used by current Azerbaijani the government shows lots of resemblance with the tactics used during the Soviet times. And of course, geopolitics and regional things also played very significant role in the emergence or rising of Islam in Azerbaijan. As I said, some researchers do not agree with me on this point, but I think that revival of Islam in Azerbaijan after the collapse of the Soviet Union, in the process of revival, foreign actors played no doubt, but major role. The problem is that despite the fact that Azerbaijani Islam remains, somehow connected to the foreign actors, Azerbaijani government failed to bring, some kind of respect to the local actors. One point, for example, we didn't have during the Soviet times any kind of religious educational institutions. So Azerbaijani, after collapse of the Soviet Union, Azerbaijani young scholars, in order to educate young clerics, in order to have education, to get an education, they had to go to abroad, to Turkey, I don't know, to Iran, to Arabic states. But the Azerbaijani government enacted a new law which actually forbids foreign educated clerics, Muslim clerics, to be preachers in Azerbaijani mosques. At the same time, we don't have a local Islamic education. Recently, Azerbaijani government created the Institute of Theology. The idea of this Institute of Theology to provide local mosque with clerics, and the government also acquired all the role in the appointment of the clerics in the mosque. So despite the constitution saying that the religion and the state they divided, in fact all the mosques, all the clerics are appointed by actually the state institution called State Committee for Work with Religious Association. But the problem is, what's going on now is that the state committee appoints these clerics and pushes away the clerics which during the last 30 years have gained some kind of respect among the believers, among their followers. It creates again the situation which to some extent existed during the Soviet rule. That people do not go to mosques because it could be dangerous, it could be some kind of, they can face some kind of government persecution or so on. So again, as during the Soviet times, religion moves from the mosque to houses and homes, where for the government it's really very difficult to follow what's going on in the religious life of the community. So it goes underground. So we are now again facing the situation which we faced during the Soviet times when the religion existed actually underground, and government, as I said, with a strong identity. But at the same time, government was incapable to follow developments in the religious realm. So this domestication on the surface, it is really perfectly works, because we have for now, as I said, the state countries which appoints the most. We have clerics, we have mosques, all of them under control of the government. We have a religious educational institutions and some colleges kind of established by the government. But at the same time, we have a complete distrust of believers towards this institution. So why it is important? Because, you know, we have also witnessed throughout these years, you know, this government repressions against secular opposition, against the civil society, against the free media and so on. And it really, you know, kind of weakened the civil society in Azerbaijan, free media in Azerbaijan. It weakened the secular opposition in Azerbaijan. And this is real. While the Islamic movement, despite the persecution of the government, they have more, let me say, structured institutions. They have more capability, re-emergence than the weakened, seriously weakened secular opposition, seriously weakened civil society, so it means that the domestication policy, despite the fact that on the surface it had a superficial, let me say, stability, everything sounds good, everything is viewed as there are no problems. But on the ground, we have problems that, again, when we have this weakened secular opposition, when we have weakened progressive movement, we have weakened civil society. So Azerbaijan can again face this revival of radicalism, which can be a great threat to the current ruling elite, to the establishment, in comparison with the destroyed secular opposition, destroyed civil society.
Dr. Gosha, thank you so much. Thank you.
So Dr. Stephen Jones will give his talk, and then he was supposed to be moderator of this last session, so he will then moderate the session. Okay.
Stefan, thank you so much. I am moderating myself. That gives me at least 30 minutes. But before that, I want to thank Stefan for organizing this, and Annie and Teresa also, and the Tupanjian funding for this conference. It brought me back to Armenia after 25 years. It's been a long time. I'm not far away from Yerevan. When I come here, normally in the summer, I'm in Tbilisi. So I feel very guilty that this is it's been so long. But I was teaching here at AUA when I came with Stefan. We were teaching some students from the University of California at Berkeley. And in those days, we bound up the steps at the AUA entrance, 2 steps at a time. 25 years has passed. I think we probably both take 1 step at a time now. Again, thanks for everything. So Nersis and I will be the 2 live speakers, but we do also have 1 video presentation that will come after my contribution. That will be by Yehija Tashjian. And I will introduce that when it comes up. So it's been fascinating. I've been really enjoying the panels. The last panel reminded me that the United States is getting closer to the South Caucasus in many respects politically. Many of the things that were said about what's happening in Azerbaijan and Georgia are familiar now to US citizens. It's a catastrophe in the United States, but maybe we will provide enough resistance, I don't know, to the sorts of policies that are being imposed, because we are very, it does actually make us rethink, I think, the nature of democracy and how democracies fail. This is a totally unexpected turn for us. We always thought that if civil society was strong and legitimacy was long, and you had a Congress and an independent judiciary, that things would survive. And it's not the case. So, well, maybe it will survive, we'll see. I originally was going to talk about the period of the First Republic, and the reason for doing so was because of the parallels. I've just finished a book on the First Georgian Democratic Republic, and every time I went back to my manuscript, I was thinking of the parallels with the modern period in terms of the geographical difficulties that the three republics faced, squeezed between two empires. They're not, well, we have the Russian Empire now to the north and Turkey to the south, not quite the same as it was during the First Republic, but certainly geography has not changed that much. And you also had the problem of an absence of regional cooperation, conflict not only between Azerbaijan and Armenia, but also between Georgia and Armenia. There was a short war at the end of 1918 between Georgia and Armenia. On the other hand, there were a considerable number of agreements between the three republics, not that it stopped the conflict, but there was an attempt to create some sort of network of treaties between the three republics. I don't have time to talk about them, but there was an attempt at least to establish some sort of regional cooperation, but of course that has been really the weakness of this area for so long, the inability to do so. But having said all that, I'm actually going to talk about Georgia and what's going on today. I'm thinking about why it is after 34 years that Georgia is again retreating into an authoritarian style system. This is essentially the third time that this has happened. We had, well, maybe even the fourth time, if we include Gamsakhudia, who came to power in 1991, promising great democracy and participation for the people, power to the people, and of course, very soon after that, moved quickly into dictatorial mode. We had the same issue with Shevardnadze, not quite the same, but certainly a regime that retreated into reliance on a strong executive. Same happened again with Saakashvili, promising so many good things, left essentially in disgrace and resented for much of the sort of dictatorial policies that he pursued towards the end of his period in office. And now again we see it with Ivanishvili. So one of the questions that I want to raise and think about is, why is this the case? What is the problem with Georgian democracy that it keeps going back to this authoritarian mode? What are the patterns? What are the conditions in which these sorts of developments happen in Georgia? And so what we have in Georgia is this sort of regular cycle of breakthrough and retrenchment. And then we're in the middle of that cycle now with Ivanishvili. So Georgian Dream is only the latest example of this pattern. Despite periods of semi-democratic and responsive government since 1991, authoritarianism has always managed to reassert itself. Democracy remains weak in Georgia, despite the brave scenes you may see on TV on Risto-Valley Avenue. And why is this the case? I would argue that Western programs of democracy building in Georgia are very virtuous, let's say, but the outcomes for ordinary Georgians have not been that significant. What is important for your ordinary Georgian citizen, let's say, regarding the promises of democracy, are clean government, bureaucratic accountability, jobs, economic opportunity, which implies greater equality, affordable health care, and physical security, particularly from threats of war and internal disorder. The abstract virtues of democracy promised by Western experts and governments are inspiring and important for the younger generation of Georgians in particular, but are probably of secondary importance to most other Georgians. Democracy in Georgia has failed to bring the basic goals of a better life for most Georgians. Over the last 3 decades, the underlying pattern of Georgian politics is a dramatic political breakthrough promising popular power, participation, and prosperity, but is always followed by oligarchy and one-man rule. In Georgian politics, we talk of eras: the Shevardnadze era, the Saakashvili era, and now the Ivanishvili era. We are focused on political periods of one-man dominance and usually one-party dominance. Georgian Dream is the latest embodiment of this tradition. Today, the situation is worse as the one-party dominant state in Georgia has a doctrine, a model, and it has sought support from Russia, from Turkey, and from European powers like Hungary and Slovakia, who've also moved to the right. The international context has also changed. European or US conditionality, which was a restraining factor in Georgia, no longer has any influence. And regionally as well as globally, democracies are in retreat. Statistically, we know the less democracies in the region and in the world, the less likely will frail democracies like Georgia survive. Arguably, our expectations of Georgian society are too high. All democracies have their flaws, and the crisis in the United States demonstrates that long-standing legitimacy, civic values, parliamentary governance, and elections are not enough. Georgia and the US are converging in what Thomas Carruthers in his book Critical Mission called the political gray zone, a place where, quote, the whole class of political elites are profoundly cut off from the citizenry, rendering political life an ultimately hollow, unproductive exercise, end of quote. What's happening in the US, I think, requires us to rethink our theories about democracy building, why and how it establishes itself, and why and how it fails. There is no single model that explains why both Georgia and the US are slipping into authoritarianism. But these authoritarian political patterns are connected, I believe, to global pressures, in particular migration, deepening economic inequalities, the incoherence of the international community, populism at home, and the resurgence of great power ambition. I'm just looking at my notes. The international environment has always had a profound impact, obviously, on the Caucasus. And the Georgian outcome will likewise impact what happens in Armenia and Azerbaijan. Georgia cannot sustain if Georgia cannot sustain its independence and resist Russian hegemony, any pro-European strategies in Armenia, Moldova, and elsewhere in Eurasia will be deeply vulnerable to Russian power, both hard and soft. How, then, do we explain the persistent obstacles Georgia faces when trying to build a democracy? Geography, history, its complex multi-ethnic population, the political culture, the Soviet legacy, and the delayed development of classes, interest groups, and national institutions have made Georgia and the region a difficult and at times even inhospitable place for the import of a democratic state. Success is not solely dependent on history, place, and culture, far from it, but when analyzing Georgia's path, one encounters persistent undercurrents that challenge democratic institutions and habits. And then what I do in the think piece is divide my arguments into four. I look first at external pressures on Georgia. I look at the national question within Georgia, the interethnic relations. I look at the intersection of modern institutions with traditional values and structures. And I look also at the role of Western powers. So let me first try and deal with the external factors that have made democracy building in Georgia somewhat difficult. Firstly, and this has been discussed already, the question of small states. Small states like those in the South Caucasus are especially vulnerable to external pressures. The foreign policy options of any independent Georgian state, most notably during the First and the Second Republics of 1918-21 and today, have been characterized by attempts at alignment, patronage, bandwagoning, or appeasement. And when you align with or who you appease, and who you align with and who you appease clearly impacts your domestic policies. Georgia, as well as Armenia and Azerbaijan, have agency, more agency than they did during the period of the First Republic, but foreign policy remains particularly fraught with risk and security threats for all these states, and Georgia is the one that, as I say, I'm focusing on. Second, as Stephen Levitsky and Lucan Way point out in their theory of competitive authoritarianism, geographically influenced variables like political and cultural linkage to Europe and the West are significant in predicting the consolidation of democratic regimes. The convergence of Georgian Dream's autocratic model with Russia today is an example of Europe's declining linkage, along with Russia's powerful ideological and economic leverage. Third, Georgia has favorable geography as a transit country. However, and I think this has already been mentioned, its strategic territory, situated on imperial borderlands, has always invited foreign intervention. Stalin wrote in November 1920, and this was on the eve of the invasion of Armenia in December 1920, and then Georgia in February 1921, Stalin wrote, quote, "The importance of the Caucasus for the revolution is determined not only by the fact that it is a source of raw materials, fuel, and food supplies, but also by the presence of most important economic and strategic roads, Batumi-Baku, Batumi-Tabriz, Batumi-Tabriz-Erzurum." End of quote. But strategic Georgia, which attracts foreign intervention, is also peripheral Georgia. And Georgia is a European periphery. It has usually encountered ambivalence from Western states. Independent Georgia in 1918 to 21 was never given any military aid to fight the Red Army. But the Allies spent millions on the volunteer army in Russia, who was fighting the Bolsheviks. There are ample examples to suggest this attitude continues. NATO and the EU, of course, refused to accept Georgia as a candidate. Well, the EU changed its mind after the war in Ukraine. And President Obama's attempt to reset with Russia in 2009, 1 year after the invasion of Georgia by Russia, was another example of Western ambiguity, let's say, to the republics in the South Caucasus. Fourth, there's the intersection of foreign policy with domestic politics in Georgia, and it has significant consequences. Foreign policy crises have undermined trust between the state and Georgia's minorities in particular. The entanglement of security with national minority rights were stimulated in part by Russia's claim that it would protect both South Ossetians and Abkhazians from Georgian persecution. This is what Rogers Brubaker labels, quote, a triadic nexus, the dangerous combination of a nationalizing state, namely Georgia, a resistant minority, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, and an external patron state, Russia. Democracies survive wars, but ethnically and politically fragmented societies like Georgia are more vulnerable to breakdown. I am going to skip my section that I talk about the problem of national minorities in Georgia and going on to talk about the role of parties, institutions, and presidents. And my observation here is that all of Georgia's past presidents, Zviad Gamskhurdia, Edward Shevardnadze, Mikhail Saakashvili, ended up bringing Georgia to a constitutional crisis and revolt. And the same goes for Ivanishvili today. But three things stand out. The inadequacy of Georgia's institutions. Larry Diamond refers to this as institutional hollowness of democracy in transitional societies. The lack of an independent civil service and an independent judiciary. So deferential courts like Georgia's fragmented political parties, all of which open the door to a strong executive, and the absence of political accountability. Georgia's democracy persistently hits a structural and cultural impasse. Centripetal forces, including strong personalities and a dominant one-party system, have reasserted themselves after every promise of openness and accountability. This reflects a weakly institutionalized society still reliant on patronage and private networks. It makes effective constraint on the executive much more difficult. Michael Mann reminds us, he's an American sociologist, that public engagement through interest groups and CSOs with the state represents the infrastructure of a strong and stable democracy. Public engagement, however, depends on a society where citizens are stratified, organized, connected among themselves horizontally, and with the administration in the pursuit of mutual self-interest. Georgia's political community is active and inspiring, but Georgian society resembles what Ullman and Verber described many decades ago as a subject political culture, one that does not expect to have influence on the political system. Such popular alienation from the system generates unaccountable and isolated decision makers who, lacking constraints, accumulate power. And you can see this today whenever you watch events in Georgia. You can see parliamentarians holed up in the parliamentary building with absolutely no connection with the population. It looks like they're actually sort of locked up in a bunker. So Georgia is a modernizing society, but at the same time it remains deeply traditional. Christopher Clapham has characterized countries like Georgia as neo-patrimonial, where personal relations and status are the basis of authority structures with little distinction between the public and the private world. Society is dominated by patrons and clients who draw on ties of ethnicity, kinship, or close friendship and colleagues. In this society, personalities in office, from Gamskhuriya through to Ivanishvili, are the source of political power and resources. So when it comes to the West's role, the Georgian state, well, let me say this first. The Georgian state has become independent of its citizens. It's autonomous, let's say, of its citizens. And one reason, I would argue, is the deep economic inequality in Georgian society. Western-financed economic reform in Georgia has encouraged economic polarization, with the impoverished regions where many of the most non-Georgians live, and the city's peripheries left behind and marginalized. Adam Przeworski and his team surveyed 135 countries over 40 years and concluded, quote, that democracy is much more likely to survive in countries where income inequality is declining over time. And let me just give you a few statistics here, which I picked up online last night when I was doing some scrolling. Real GDP in Georgia, and there's some paradoxes here I'd like to just run by you. Real GDP in Georgia doubled between 2010 and 24. Exports grew 4 times over the same period in Georgia. Average real wages grew 20% between 2018 and 2023. But unemployment is stuck at 32%. And between 2012 and 2023, so the period of Georgian Dream's period in office, 320,000 people have left the country. That's 9% of the Georgian population. So there are some oddities here. On the one hand, we seem to see this impressive GDP growth, but on the other hand, we see clearly people not very happy with the life that they are leading and leaving the country. Porsche sales, you know, the car, the Porsche car, actually increased 10 times between 2017 and 2024. And that was also maybe another indication of the inequalities that are embedded in this process of economic growth. Other structural flaws exist in Georgia's Western important political institutions, most particularly the system of elections. Georgia's parliamentary elections are not conducive to power sharing and electoral loss leads to political banishment in Georgia. It's still the case. Elections in Georgia are demonstrations of elite rivalry, which provide infrequent public scrutiny once every election cycle and preserve a system of electoral oligarchy. The democratization model promoted by Western governments has been unable to prevent Georgia's move towards a hybrid or competitive authoritarian regime. Stephen Levitsky again and Daniel Ziblatt wrote in their book, How Democracies Die, that if one thing is clear from studying breakdowns throughout history, it's that extreme polarization can kill democracies. Just to finish, Helen Landemore, a Yale University political science professor, argues that Western representative systems are flawed models of citizen power. And so they're not likely to be effective in young democracies like Georgia. She argues that they generate the sort of partisanship and polarization which undermine political inclusion and citizen participation beyond election time. She also argues that electoral systems like Georgia's lead to what she calls enclosure of power, and to elected oligarchies, which in Georgia's case have ruled through flawed elections that simulate political consent. Georgia's elected representatives not only fail to represent the electorate, but fail to even look like them. Georgian democracy, if it is to succeed, requires a different model from the one being offered by Western democracy builders. Without new approaches to organizing Georgia's political life, the country cannot evolve into a democracy characterized by citizen participation, transparency, accountability, and political stability. It is time for Georgia's democratic supporters, including democracy-building institutions and foundations abroad, to rethink the failed standard of election-centered majoritarian models. So I think I'll stop there. We will have the video next.
And this competition, which facilitated interconnectivity, helped small states such as Armenia to diversify their trade networks. However, it also... Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to express my gratitude for the Turpengian Institute for Social Sciences at the AUA, and also my friend Dr. Stepan Asturian for inviting me. Unfortunately, I apologize, I couldn't make it physically, so I'm recording my presentation as I have to be in another forum at Suleimaniye. So today my presentation actually is about how the corridorization in South Caucasus is triggering some sort of multipolarity, and also providing certain foreign policy choices for Armenia. So throughout history, empires and kingdoms have used corridors as and transit routes to exert their influence over neighboring regions. The 21st century has witnessed global competition on major, let's say, trade routes in Eurasia, triggering major actors to pursue their geopolitical and geoeconomic interests at the expense of small states. And this competition, which facilitated interconnectivity, helped small states such as Armenia to diversify their trade networks. However, it also limited their maneuvering or its maneuvering space and compromised its sovereignty. So in this presentation, I will analyze mainly the roles of the International North-South Transport Corridor, or the INSTC, the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI, and to some extent the Middle Corridor, and how they are impacting Armenia's foreign policy choices. And also we try to reflect upon the growing role of the GCC states in the South Caucasus and how Armenia can benefit. So basically, the paper will identify and analyze Armenia's foreign policy choices amid duration, let's say, corridorization, and highlight the risk and the challenges, and maybe propose certain recommendations. First, we have to understand that the corridorization of Eurasia became an important topic of scholarly debate and discussion amid the decline, let's say, of the US led unipolar global order, and the paving the way for whether we call it multipolar or bipolar minus or unipolar minus international system. First, when it comes to the INSTC, despite the Russian, which is actually a Russian, Indian, and Iranian initiative, despite their occasional diverging regional interests, these three Eurasian players have a mutual interest in facilitating North-South interconnectivity within the context of the INSTC. This corridor has created a sanction-proof supply chain for Russia and also for Iran, and also a way to rapidly engage with rapidly, let's say, growing economies in the Persian Gulf and southern South Asia. Our main focus will be the western route of this corridor, which also passes via South Caucasus. According to the Russian position, Russia believes that once the INSTC becomes operational, it has the potential to bridge different regional corridor projects. By strengthening alternative transit routes, Moscow is confident that it can counter the transit restrictions. One scenario is actually bridging the INSTC with the Baku-Tbilisi Gauge Railway, aiming to increase container traffic between Turkey, the South Caucasus, and also the Eurasian Economic Union member states. Another scenario is actually like linking the INSTC to Russia's ambitious project in Syria, which is nowadays, as we know, that especially after December 8, with the toppling of the Assad regime, Russia and Iran lost their significant influence in Syria. So within this connectivity project, the South Caucasus is the sole gateway for Russia to reach to the Middle East, either through Iran or Turkey. And the INSTC aims to connect Russia to Iran through Azerbaijan by road and railways. As an alternative route, actually, Moscow plans to reopen, as we saw this in the trilateral statement of 2020, Moscow aimed to reopen the trade routes and restore the Soviet era railways connecting Armenia to Azerbaijan, aiming to bring stability or foster, let's say, regional and trans-regional economic interdependency, but also consolidate its presence in the South Caucasus. Moreover, opening trade routes between Armenia and Azerbaijan could also lead to the restoration of the Kars-Gümrük railway, thus connecting Russia and Turkey's railways system, and also connecting the INSTC to the middle corridor. This is why the revival of the Yeras Julva Mehri Horades will prompt Armenia also to serve as a boat link between the INSTC and the Turkey-led middle corridor. For this reason, actually, Russia aimed to control over the trade routes in Syunik province in order to exert its influence on the all crossroad of corridors in the region. From the Iranian perspective, this corridor also helps Iran to boost its trade revenues and encourage its companies to reorient mostly to Indian and Eurasian Economic Union markets, circumventing Western imposed sanctions on Iran. And actually this Iran's attitude or the position towards the INSTC is also a reflection of its moving to the east foreign policy. However, when it comes to political position, this corridor was significant for Iran in terms of its proactive engagement with the South Caucasus, which mainly maintained a balance between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And after the 2020 Nagorno-Karabakh war and Russia's war in Ukraine, Iran felt to some extent isolated in the region amid the growing Turkish political and the military involvement. So the INSTC and other parallel projects were important geoeconomic instruments for Tehran to maintain its presence and engage with local and regional players to preserve the, let's say, the regional order. For India, the INSTC is also viewed a game changer and has a geoeconomic significance opening to Central Asian and European markets. At the same time, this project is a key foreign policy instrument for New Delhi to implement its extended neighborhood policy, which aims to integrate India's economy with that of the neighborhood. And here there is something interesting that this is very important for Armenia. when India aimed to invest in the Chabahar port of Iran during Trump's first presidential era, there were American sanctions, so the Indians couldn't. They approached the Americans, so the Americans lifted the sanctions on the Chabahar port because the main aim was to contain China in Central Asia by increasing India's influence in Central Asia. So basically, the Americans provided an oxygen to Iran because the main target or the main enemy was China. So through Iran, with the Indian help, they aim to increase or to, let's say, to balance China via India. And this is, I think, very important also for Armenia, that the normalization of relation between Iran and the Americans, though negotiations are still indirect talks still going on, it is in benefit definitely for Armenia. Now the second part is about BRI and China's influence in the South Caucasus. I mean, in this reshaping of trade routes in Eurasia, China is likely, of course, to keep expanding its influence in Central Asia and South Caucasus through the Belt and Road Initiative or the BRI. In implementing the BRI, the South Caucasus is bound to play a significant role for China, especially that there are three trade routes connecting China to Europe. First, it is the northern corridor via Russia, and is not operational due to the war in Ukraine and the sanctions. There is the ocean corridor, which passes from the Malacca Strait, but there is the American Navy presence, or the Chinese are cautious. So the only route to Europe is the middle corridor, actually, which passes from Central Asia, Azerbaijan, Georgia to Turkey. And this is why also China engaged in rapprochement with Azerbaijan and Turkey, because China's dependence to some extent of trade routes have increased on Azerbaijan and Turkey. So interestingly, at the same time, the geographical scope of the BRI and also the Turkey middle corridor is overlapping to some extent, and this is why actually the Turks and the Azerbaijanis are engaging in lobbying activism to bring China in the project of the so-called Zangezur corridor, and this is where Armenia also should engage in proactive diplomacy in this issue. To try to highlight the relationship between the three South Caucasian countries and China, Azerbaijan plays an important transit role for China when it comes to the BRI project, and Baku is attractive to China due to its geographical location, which connects the Caspian Sea to the Caucasian mainland. Both countries have an MOU when it comes to BRI, and most importantly, actually, in July 2024, during a meeting, a sideline meeting at Astana, related with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, both countries, they signed actually strategic partnership, and viewed from Baku, this was a diplomatic and geoeconomic victory amid increasing Western pressure over Baku and the ongoing arms race, let's say, with Yerevan. Georgia is another important regional player for Beijing because it links the ports and the lands, through lands and ports to Europe. Both countries have signed an MOU, and also at the same time, China is aiming to invest in the Anaklia port of Georgia, located in the Black Sea, and this would also mean it will increase China's role in the BRI or also the middle corridor. Armenia also signed an MOU with China in 2015 regarding the BRI. However, China remains relatively less involved in the country due to Yerevan's economic isolation from regional corridors. However, the Chinese government could be interested in developing the North-South Highway, which would link Iran to Georgia via Armenia, and investing in the railway projects in the future between Iran and Russia through Armenia and Georgia as well, as the possible trade routes connecting between Armenia and Azerbaijan would also boost their integration into the BRI. Now, quickly talking about how this trade interconnectivity is also trying to facilitate certain regional multipolarity. Based on the realist interpretation of international system, which is anarchic and every state seeks for survival. So the small and the weak states try to find alternative way to balance their rivals or join alliances and partnership with stronger states to obtain security guarantees. Given the region is no longer limited to the Russian zone of influence, Turkey, Iran, India, China, and to a lesser extent Europe and the US are contesting over the regional influence to secure their geoeconomic interests. And this is very important here to open brackets, that if a peace deal will be signed, despite some optimism in Armenia maybe, that if a peace deal will be signed between Azerbaijan and Armenia, we saw from the news that Azerbaijanis were conditioning the removal of third-party forces from the border. In this case, the European monitoring forces. It means that their removal will also trigger the decrease of European influence in Armenia and in the region. And if, again, I mean, these are based on ifs. If a deal will be signed between US and Russia on the Ukraine issue and new regional or European architect will be built, or a post-war architect, which will not be in favor of Europe. And even this is like European politicians are saying, this is not just my analysis. So it means that the Americans would not be interested, as they were during Biden's era, in South Caucasus. This means that Armenia will have limited foreign policy options, and also Russia's influence will increase in the region. This is some choices Armenia has to make in the future and to take into consideration. Therefore, in the long run, the maneuvering space and to some extent the independence of small states will be compromised. This is also my fear. And as such, developments will also create new conflict in the fragile region. Azerbaijan has successfully capitalized on its position in becoming, let's say, a pivotal transit and logistic hub in Eurasia. Also, this factor has boosted its leverage when it comes to increasing pressure on Armenia amid the ongoing, let's say, peace or the normalization or the peace process between both countries. However, at the same time, Baku is shifting from its traditional balanced foreign policy towards like more, let's say, Eurasian integration foreign policy. Georgia is also balancing. Georgia is no more a pro-Western country. Traditionally, neither it's a pro-Russian country or some people are portraying it. It is balancing its foreign policy between the East and the West. At the same time, Georgia is engaging positively in Armenia, especially when it comes to the Black Sea Persian Gulf corridor. And here again, we have to open the bracket. There is a lot of optimism in Armenia about this Black Sea Persian Gulf corridor, which is important linkage for India to be connected to Europe through the Georgian ports. But here we have to talk about this issue, that yes, I do understand it's very important, but eventually we are talking about highways and not the railways. And despite Armenia's ambition plan to be regional transit corridor, as reflected in the crossroad of peace, within the context of also the Black Sea Persian Gulf corridor, here there are certain constraints. First, there is a lack of direct railway communication with Iran. So, and the peace talks with Baku to open the Soviet-era transport routes are not on the horizon. Second, the southern route of the north-south road corridor is still not constructed. Even if the construction is finalized in the coming few years, the feasible transport of goods via the road between Iran and Armenia will be costly and limited, especially in the winter era. And the road also lacks the necessity, quality, and international standards, at least for now. So, Yerevan's integration into the INSTC is a crucial factor in maintaining lifting from the isolation by continuously engaging with Iran, India, and being a potential candidate to join the BRI-related infrastructural projects in the future. However, this integration is also dependent on the future of Armenia-Azerbaijan peace agreement and its implementation. So we're not just talking about signing very cute deal and so forth. It's the main important issue is the implementation of whatever this peace treaty contains. So Armenia has difficult choices to make, and amid the mounting pressure after this new war over trade routes, also is concerning. However, at the same time, there is something positive here, especially when it comes to the engagement, the increase of engagement of the GCC actors, especially UAE and Saudi Arabia, with the region, South Caucasus, and mainly also Armenia through the Eurasian Economic Union and the INSTC. Especially the UAE stands out a key Arab player in fostering relationships with the Eurasian Economic Union and also the South Caucasian nations. Similarly, also Saudi Arabia has also intensified its interaction with the UAE and also some other Gulf cooperation council members. In terms of the trade interconnectivity, GCC nations actually recognize the potential of the international North-South transport corridor to facilitate trade expansion into new markets. The UAE views also the INSTC as a vital asset for establishing alternative trade network that positions itself as a logistic hub connecting Europe to Asia and the Persian Gulf. Armenia is benefiting actually from the North-South trade connectivity between the EAEU and the GCC countries. In recent years, just to provide some quantitative data, Armenia's trade relationship with the EAEU has seen impressive growth. In 2023, for example, the trade turnover between them reached $2.3 billion, a substantial rise from $500 million in 2021. And also Armenia is exporting, so the trade is positively in favor of Armenia. There is $2.2 billion export from Armenia, mainly precious metals and stones, tobacco products, and machinery, and so forth. So the bourgeoisie trade between Armenia and UAE highlights the strategic importance of regional corridors that facilitate this exchange between South Caucasus and also some Middle Eastern countries. The deepening economic ties between Armenia and the UAE and also Saudi Arabia, to some extent, though it is very, let's say, a shy relationship with Saudi Arabia, or still have not grown, as it is the case between UAE and Armenia, highlight also the potential for future collaboration or cooperation across various sectors, including information technology, AI, renewable energy, agriculture, and tourism. So leveraging regional corridors effectively will be crucial in sustaining and enhancing this mutual beneficial relationship in the future between the GCC countries and Armenia through the North-South connectivity and so forth. So I have finalized my presentation. Unfortunately, there is no option for the Q&A because it is recorded, but of course I would be very happy. I think my email is provided, so if someone has any question, I would be very happy to answer. And again, good luck for everyone, and thank you for the organizers.
So that was Yeshia Tajian, who is at the Issam Fairs Institute for Public Policy and International Affairs at the American University of Beirut. So our next speaker is Dr. Nerses Kopalyan. He's Associate Professor in Residence, Department of Political Science, and an Undergraduate Engagement Coordinator at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. And the title of his talk is A Strategic Porcupine with a Western Flair, Armenia's New Foreign and Security Doctrine. Thank you. Like the picture.
Access. The van will be waiting outside at around 7 p.m., but we can go down at 7 past 7 something, okay, so we should then give time for 2 questions.
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to start off with the humor here. So I told my doctoral assistant to come up with an image that basically displays the porcupine with an Armenian flair. She produced what my 11-year-old can produce, but you know, we have what we have here. It's cute though. It's really cute. Okay. So my discussion will be relatively confined within security studies because we've discussed a lot of matters these last few days, but understanding Armenia's foreign and security shift is fundamentally defined by the security dilemma that Armenia faces. And this is specific to the collapse of Armenia's security architecture, which was Russia-led for the last 30 years, that we saw at end of 2022. So in this context, what we've seen is an attempt by Armenia to develop a nascent foreign and security architecture defined by the policy of diversification. And so overarchingly, when we consider the problem at hand, we understand that there's a severe power asymmetry between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So any new configuration of Armenia's foreign and security architecture has to be considerate of this phenomenon. We have seen a lot of discourse in Armenian society by pundits, by the so-called expert community, that fails to take the reality in the power disparity to consideration. And so when you have a severe power disparity, that enhances the security dilemma. Being indifferent to that factor while trying to develop a security architecture or a new security policy is simply not a tenable approach. And so when we're talking about what Armenia's objective has been with the new security policies, it's very straightforward. Developing some modality of deterrence. Now, when small democratizing states are surrounded by predatory neighbors, the fundamental objective is to develop a resilience capacity and to construct a deterrence model that works. Armenia has done two things. First, it has attempted to diplomatize its security as one initial approach, and this is how it has attempted to accumulate diplomatic capital with the West as a mechanism of pressure on Azerbaijan. It's been a layer of soft deterrence, but it has been attempting to build up those layers. That's been one mechanism. The other is what we call deterrence by denial. And deterrence by denial has been the fundamental attempt by the government to basically curb Azerbaijan's ambitions, but in a way that addresses the asymmetry. Of course, it's a work in progress, but I wanted to kind of introduce all of you to this thinking. So if we see here on the slides, right, we understand the collapse of the Russian-led security architecture gave way for the need to a new policy. More so, as we've seen developments in the region take place, we have in Armenia, in Armenia's growing thinking, but specifically in the South Caucasus, what I call geopolitical pluralism. A lot of the thinking still seeks to qualify developments within some kind of a hierarchy. First, Russian interests, second, Turkish or Iranian interests, three, Western interests. My approach and how I conceptualize this is very different. We have competition in the region by numerous actors, but this competition isn't your traditional great power competition. It is an engagement in geopolitical pluralism. And what this did is that it opened up the field for Armenia to develop an alternative security architecture. So in this context, when we saw that the quote-unquote extended deterrence model led by the Russians for some 30 years categorically failed, Armenia had to find an alternative. And so one approach was the diversification policy, which is broad. A more specific approach within the diversification policy that pertains to hard security, that is the porcupine doctrine. So I'll be addressing some of these components, okay, to give a broader and deeper perspective. Real quickly, because I'm an academic, I have to throw methodology out there, and also to make Stepan happy because, he shares my frustration with the lack of foreign policy analysis in Armenia. Here we go. I opted for an eclectic approach with respect to methodology. So what I did is I amalgamated 4 types of foreign policy analysis techniques, and I'm not going to go through each one. You can read the think piece if you want. But it allows us to basically have a more informed, deep, and sort of a systemic assessment of Armenia's new foreign policy. And so I had 3 levels: the analytical level, the inferential level, and the structural level. The inferential level, sadly, I didn't have time to basically quantify some of my modeling, but I did run some basic correlation modeling, and you'll see, we'll get to that in a second. And then I used what's known as causal thing, or process observations, which basically allows us to establish causal links between the diagnostic evidence. And we're going to see this is how this is important, because I am going to qualify the causal variables that explain Armenia's Western pivot. And finally, at the structural level, I use regional security complex theory. I've written about this extensively at the EVN report. All of you are welcome to access the content. The big concern that we have in security studies, especially when we look at Armenia, is the discourse in Armenia basically assumes that Armenia matters to the international community, that great powers in Washington, in Brussels, or in Beijing sit down and think about Armenia. They don't. So when we're talking about Armenia, we have to understand the security environment through the clustered patterns within the region. Every time we talk about security and try to integrate China or the United States or European powers into the configuration, it doesn't work. And so regional complex theory, systems theory, allows for a more specific unit of analysis when you study regions, and so it offers a stronger set of tools in assessing those. Now, with respect to sort of, understanding the contours of Armenia's pivot, two things really stand out in allowing us to understand why Armenia in 2021 started developing a policy, and in 2022 it basically implemented. The first was the realization that a Russo-Azerbaijani axis had formed. It was no longer a secret that Russia was basically aiding and abetting Azerbaijan's aggression towards Armenia, while feigning to give Armenia some form of a security architecture or an umbrella. The second was Russia's categorical refusal to meet its basic treaty obligations towards Armenia. And so these two factors, right, made very clear that Armenia no longer had a security architecture. Now, the collapse of the Russian-led security architecture isn't specifically Russia-centric. This is very important to point. It could have been any other country, okay, that was the security guarantor, for example. But the fact that the security architecture collapsed, that warrants a new one. And this is why the pivot took place. The second, the next thing to consider is that you had, from Armenia's perspective, an unsustainable power disparity with Azerbaijan. Aliyev was arming himself to the teeth. Russia was no longer selling Armenia weapons, okay? Yet when Armenia proceeded to go to Western partners and ask to purchase weaponry, the common response was, you're a Russian satellite, we cannot sell you weapons. So what happened was that Armenia did not have access to alternative sources of hard power capabilities. And this further enhanced the asymmetry and created a bigger cleavage within the power disparity. And so understanding this problem, right, Armenia undertook the pivot as a strategic decoupling from Russia to be able to have access to hard power capabilities, while at the same time, right, being able to reconstruct and develop a new security architecture. So the calculation coming out of official Yerevan was basically directional. It was not ideological, okay? Specifically, when we saw that Russia was pretty much stuck in the Ukraine war, and that its resources, its entire interest, its the sort of the vast range of its activities were directed at the Ukrainian front, its declining status as a regional hegemon reinforced the geopolitical pluralism in the region, and Armenia found a window of opportunity to diversify and pivot. And so to operationalize this phenomenon, right, Armenia's objective was very, very straightforward. It cannot address its security dilemma unless it decoupled from Russia and diversified its security architecture. And if we know anything about the post-Soviet space, security policy and foreign policy go hand in hand. And this is why we saw a complete reorientation of Armenia's security and foreign policy. And this is why the pivot took place. Okay? So when we talk about the contours of the pivot, there's been a lot of misinformation as to why it happened. It was a security-driven pivot. It was not ideological. Because if it was ideological, it would have been attempted in 2018, 2019, even 2020 after the war. It wasn't, okay? So these are important things to consider. Now, when we start sort of, looking at, do I have this right? Yeah, okay. So when we start observing sort of, the analytical framework with respect to foreign security policy, and we try to understand Armenia's decoupling through a continuum, right, it's important to observe, right, shifts in foreign policy orientation that basically explain the structuration of a given country's approach. When we look at the continuum that I have up here, the chart that we have here, okay, we see what Armenia's foreign policy was from 1997 through 2021. It was strictly in Russia's authoritarian orbit. Okay, this was the policy of the Robert Kocharynov's administration and the Serge Sarkisian administration. Okay, now, why did Armenia stay in this orbit even after the Velvet? Because structurally it had no other options. This is why I keep making the point: the pivot was not ideological; it was directional. Okay, and what we see is that any qualitative move away from Russia's dependency structure is a directional shift towards an independent foreign policy, which you find in the middle. Okay, so the Western pivot isn't an ideological pivot to the West in of itself. That's not necessarily the case, right? It is a pivot away from Russia. And since the West happens to be at the other end of the continuum, the directional shift takes it towards that direction. But after 2021, right, with the Jermuk invasion in 2022 of Azerbaijan, and Russia basically playing dumb about it and claiming not to recognize Armenian territories and not understanding that Azerbaijan was somehow occupying Armenian territory, it became very clear that Armenia's security situation had no solution with a Russian security partner. And this is why the pivot was implemented. And so when we look at the shading here, right, Armenia's policy has slowly shifted away from Russia into the independent policy domain, okay? But as you see the preferred outcome, Armenia prefers to have an independent foreign policy that is closer to the Western periphery. And so this reorientation is what defines the pivot within the continuum. So, what are the three pillars, right, overarchingly of Armenia's Western pivot? Okay, as I noted, the pivoting away from Russia entails a Western trajectory on the continuum, but the shift is towards strategic independence. Therefore, it is directional. Okay, why is this important? The pivot neither seeks to harm Russian interests or specifically advance the West's. It is an Armenia-centric process of addressing its security dilemma. The attempt to basically politicize security is the sign of an underdeveloped political culture, and it's very common in the post-Soviet space. And so when we observe Armenia's pivot, right, the whole, oh, it's a Western thing, hidden hand, or it's this or that, no. If Russia did its job and Armenia's security issues were addressed, we will not be having this conversation. Okay, this is why it was a Armenia-centric directional move. And third, an important part of the pivot, right, is that it endeavors to rupture the structure of dependency that is so inherent or has been so inherent in Armenia's foreign policy thinking for the last 30 years. This is what I call the great power savior complex. Every time you have a conversation in Armenia about foreign and security policy, the first question they ask is, are there security guarantees? As if somebody has to consistently offer you security guarantees. Well, that's not how the world works. Russia claims to have offered security guarantees for 30 years. You got what you got, okay? So the importance of the pivot and establishing an independent foreign security policy is to develop the capacities to address your own security needs. And this is where the resiliency modeling, as I noted, the comprehensive security modeling, which I'm going to discuss in a second, and the porcupine strategy are so important because they're designed to give Armenia a level of self-sufficiency to at least address its immediate security needs. Now, for the sake of a comparative foreign policy analysis, right, I also constructed a continuum for sort of to provide a comparative analytical range for Azerbaijan and Georgia. And I'd love to upset my Georgian colleagues here, so please yell at me when I'm done with the presentation. When we look at Azerbaijan's orientation from basically 2010, when Aliyev started building the strong state, to 2021, right after the 44-day war, Azerbaijan's policy orientation remained heavily independent. Okay, Aliyev was set to exercise an independent foreign policy. Its relationship with Turkey, right, to use the language from regional security complex theory, was one of adjacency. Turkey was a close ally, right, supporter. It aided and abetted Azerbaijan, but it did not dictate or impose terms on Azerbaijan. It was not a patron-client relationship. Azerbaijan was not Turkey's vassal in the same way Russia had vassalized Armenia. Thus, Azerbaijan exercised a great deal of independent foreign policy. But after 2021, as the Russo-Azerbaijani axis was formed, we saw Azerbaijan slowly tilting and pivoting towards the Russian axis. It doesn't mean Azerbaijan has fallen into Russia's orbit, but it has slowly pivoted further away from the West, and while still exercising an independent foreign policy, it is closer to the Russian periphery. So within a domain of correlative analysis, right, Armenia's Western pivot is correlated with access to hard power capabilities. Azerbaijan's Russia pivot is correlated with more aggressive behavior by Azerbaijan. So the more Azerbaijan pivots away from the West, the more aggressive it acts in the region. So this inverse correlative relationship is quite interesting and important to note. 5 minutes. And then when we look at Georgia, right, from the Rose Revolution until 2019, Georgia exercised an independent foreign policy that tilted to the periphery of the West. After 2019, Georgia has been pivoting towards Russia or away from the West. Georgia's reason, interestingly, its causal variable is very different from what Armenia had, security, or what Azerbaijan had, geopolitical realignment. Georgia's was domestic, democratic backsliding. And so in the confluence of these developments, right, what we have seen is that with the East-West continuum, we are seeing a correlational relationship between illiberal to liberal shifts in the political spectrum, and also the modality of the behavior that each country engages in with respect to their regional responsibilities. Now, about 5 more minutes, so I'm going to quickly go over the policy of diversification, okay? Armenia has been traditionally, with respect to Russia, okay, right, been stuck in its full dependency structure. The complementarity that was developed by Vartan Oskanyan placed Armenia in Russia's authoritarian orbit. The multi-vectorism of the Sarkeesian administration reinforced it, okay? Armenia never balanced anything. It was just a vassal. Okay, so with this new policy, Armenia is seeking to engage both in diversification and what we call geographical bandwagoning. Okay, so it is using geopolitical pluralism to basically exercise a foreign policy that doesn't revolve around either or, this country or that country, but sort of an and policy. This is what diversification entails. An important part of it is the concept of co-alignment and issue splitting, which Armenia has been doing extensively. Okay, if you look at Armenia's foreign policy right now, it is basically a flurry of activities that is developing bilateral relationship with numerous countries, okay? In the energy sector, in the security sector, attempts at the economic sector, right? But definitely at the diplomatic sector with the immense diplomatic capital that is being developed. These are all acts of segmentation, meaning you don't package all of your interests and try to sell it with a single country. What you do is you find a broad range of what we call quote-unquote providers. And through these providers, other countries, right, you issue split, you segment, right, and you form tangible engagements. So this has been the fundamental objective of the policy of diversification. Another important part of it is microlateralism, but Anna did a great job of talking about minilateralism, so I'm not going to dive into it, but I will just note, look at the clusters of small states that Armenia is building a relationship. Baltics, Scandinavia, and Benelux. So it kind of fits the model. And finally, I'm going to touch up really quick on how we are porcupinizing Armenia's comprehensive security doctrine. Okay, so if any of you have had any exposure to the porcupine strategy, okay, it was developed specifically for Taiwan, but then it's been used by a lot of small states that feel threatened by larger powers. And there's a strategy of asymmetrical defensive warfare. Okay, what you do is you fortify your state's vulnerabilities to exploit that of the enemies. And so this rejects the logic of attempting to match the strength of the aggressor with we have a persistent power parity. So the logic that Azerbaijan spent 5 billion, therefore Armenia should try to spend 5 billion, doesn't hold. An arms race doesn't hold. What you do is you restructure the asymmetry, where any attack on Armenia from Azerbaijan would cost Azerbaijan so much that it would basically deter them from attacking. So this is precisely what the porcupine logic holds. And so, all of you, know the basic analogy. The porcupine is not a very strong, threatening animal. It is not predatory. But the most vicious predators are very, very careful when they're around the porcupine. There's an immense power asymmetry, but it deters an attack. So when we look at what the contours of this is going to look like, right, instead of talking about having few big weapons, the porcupine model says a large number of small things. Okay, so we're talking about a stealthy, sharp, and strategically mobile defenses. Okay, it's about enhancing the probability of survivability, not on going on counteroffensives and taking land. Okay, nobody's going to be drinking coffee or tea in Baku. That's just a nonsensical military strategy, and it was never real. Okay, this is the problem when you politicize security. Okay, it is a deterrence by denial doctrine. And so what we have here, right, is that the doctrine is defensive by nature, but it does allow for some counteroffensive capabilities. And so once Armenia develops that capability, okay, and we talked about this the other day when the question was asked, when will Azerbaijan sign? Azerbaijan will sign when Armenia has what we call an active deterrence alternative. When they realize that Armenia has preemptive defensive capabilities and surgical targeting capabilities. It doesn't mean you go to toe-to-toe with Azerbaijan and win. What it means is that Aliyev, at a whim, will not initiate an interstate militarized dispute just because he can. And those dynamics remain fundamental. So when we talk about, porcupining Armenia, Armenia is a strategic porcupine with the Western flair. The Western flair is specific to westernizing our military capabilities, okay? And so within the context of that, we're seeing Armenia build a lot of bunkers. We're seeing Armenia buying strategic weapons in the billions from specific countries. The type of weaponry that is accruing, the defensive infrastructure that is building, okay? These are designed to make Armenia a porcupine. And until we have that established, the security dilemma will still remain at a risk. So that's all. I'll stop here, and I'll be happy if we have time to take questions.
Thank you very much. That was really...
And you are the proud, the Marines who survived the ordeal up to the very end. So congratulations to those who are still here, especially to some of my students that I am very happy to see here, having survived these 2 days. Insofar as the conference was concerned, I think two of the participants mentioned that it combined practitioners with scholars. I would like to add also that it combined different types of scholars, some trained primarily in political science, others trained primarily in history, which doesn't mean they haven't read anything about political science, some more abstract and theoretical, some deeply rooted in area studies. I would like to mention, without going that Professor Stephen Jones was one of the rare Americans involved at that time in what was called nationality studies, you know, before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, one of the rare ones knowing the local language, Georgian. And when the Soviet Union disintegrated, we had a proliferation of newborn nationality studies specialists with only Russian language, little knowledge of the local cultures, and a lot of ideology combined with the idea of transition to apparently better days, democracy and wealth. And we see where those theories are now. So there is also that aspect to this conference. But there is another aspect, the multifaceted topics that, you know, I chose the specialist not by pure chance, through lottery, but to cover a vast array of topics. And unlike others who apparently like to listen to themselves and admire what they have said, that is, they organize events to basically corroborate what they think. And then they really like the event they have organized, you know, because it's really, it's very close to their ideas, you know. I think you realize that in this conference there were divergent opinions, if you listen closely, different interpretations, and that's, for the first time I will use that's what I believe in, not repetition of the same mantra and then mutual admiration. So this having been said, I really thank you for attending this conference. I hope you learned one or two things and it gave you some food for thought, and I wish you a very good evening. As for my colleagues, I would like to thank every single one of them, and I think we'll have more opportunity a little bit later on at the restaurant. I'll have more opportunity to thank you. So thank you so much for coming. Good night. Bye.